Are we, when we want to see him, how's that going to happen? Well, greetings, Revealed Film community. Great to see you. We are in the midst, or actually on the tail end of our Supplements Revealed docuseries, and we're doing something that we've never done before. So first of all, thank you for all of the robust reaction. We have a huge audience that's been watching Supplements Revealed, and we have really great feedback, maybe some of the best feedback we've ever had from a docuseries, and for good reason. There's a lot of great content there, and it's helping a lot of people. But we also invited the entire Revealed Films family, the people who've watched any of our docuseries, because we're doing something different today. I am live right now in a TV studio in Park City, Utah. You can see the background. That's a shot of Park City. That's a stagnant shot, but during the day or during the course of this, we're going to show you some live shots of the actual resort. There it is right there. You can see people skiing right now. If you're not here, don't be envious. Just come take a vacation in Park City. We love it here. And we're going to be going from now for 4 hours. So Mountain Time, we're right at 10 a.m. We're going to be going to about 2 p.m. Mountain Time. So it's a 4-hour live broadcast. And what we're intending here is to interact with you, have an experience with you. We have many special guests who are in the docuseries where you can live during the course of this experience ask them questions directly, ask me questions directly. We have to my right over here the real big unsung hero of Revealed Films, who is Justin. So Justin runs a lot of the background to make sure that everything happens. All our communications in the emails, the customer service, the technology side of making sure that these things are getting, the series itself is up, getting streamed to you, that it's working when people are having challenges. He's running that whole team to serve you on the highest possible level. So he's normally in the background, but I'm taking him out of his comfort zone today and saying that I'm gonna need help, because as you are checking in, below me right now, you're looking at me on the video frame. If you go down, if you scroll down, you will see a comment thread there. So that's where Justin is monitoring right now, live, as we're having this live broadcast. So what I want you to do is to be able to go down there. If you don't have a question or a comment at the moment, please post there, check in, let us give you a shout out, your name, where you're tuning in from. If you have any comment on the series or what your experience or what your highlights were, put it all there. I know we won't be able to get to everybody. This audience is in the hundreds of thousands, and quite frankly, for the whole Revealed audience, we invited over 1 million people to come in and tune in. So there's going to be a lot of people, but we're going to get to as many of you as we possibly can. We also have a parade of guests that are going to be coming in during these next 4 hours, starting with, at the bottom of the hour, Dr. Ed Group from Global Healing. And my interview with Ed got a phenomenal amount of feedback from the audience, from you, and for good reason. This man has a very unique perspective and extraordinarily deep expertise in the realm of nutrition and supplementation. And he does things, he's one of these people that marches to the beat of his own drum. He's got a certain view on how supplements should be created, how they should be sourced, how the source elements should come in, how they should be manufactured. But he also really understands, I guess, the primaries, meaning given today's world, the environment we are in, the challenges that we face relative to toxicity and other such things, what supplementation might be most important to us as a lifestyle. And then secondly, for people who are dealing with particular health challenges, what might they put together as a supplementation program to help support them through those challenges? So Ed really has deep understanding there. He also understands detoxification on a deep level. So I'm really excited for him to come on. These guests will be coming in, most of them are coming in via Skype from varying parts of the world. We also have Warren Phillips, another detox expert, who got great feedback on the interview during the docuseries. Warren Phillips will be coming in also, and he'll be live because he's local, so he's going to be walking right onto the set with Justin and I, and we'll be having an interaction with him. So we have an action-packed day planned for you for these 4 hours. I know most people aren't going to be able to sit in front of their computers for the full 4 hours, but catch as much as you can. Make sure that you do chime in, ask your questions, let us know that, or give us your comments. Let us know that you're out there. Let's create this sort of energetic experience where we know that there are people literally all over the world right now who are tuning in, and so let's share our experience and know that we're together. I'm going to make a couple of comments. I'll ask Justin for you to feed me some things that you're seeing, but this Supplements Revealed docuseries, like all the Revealed docuseries, takes on a life of its own. My partner, Jeff Hayes, and I, and my wife, who's very much involved, Lori, in these conversations, we sit and we talk about what docuseries we want to create, why we want to create them, what kind of purpose they have. Every docuseries that we create, including Supplements Revealed, starts with this concept of what are the values for this series. And literally, I'm the first person to start drafting this document, and then as a team, the whole company will start to work on it. But we look at what are the core values. We usually pick 7 to 10 values for our series. And then we have a statement of purpose or a catalyzing statement saying, why are we doing this? What is the outcome? Typically, we're finding urgent problems that exist in the world in whatever the subject matter is that we're going to cover. And then we want to know, how can we be a unique solution to those problems? So with Supplements Revealed, we started out with the understanding that the urgent problem is that this world of supplements is bewildering. I have some expertise in this area. As a practicing chiropractor for many years, and then somebody who had developed diagnostic technologies, co-developed diagnostic technologies, and having patents for those technologies, and being in the realm of healthcare and wellness and lifestyle wellness. I really have seen a lot. I've been around this a lot. And my first introduction to supplements was when I was a teenager, and this is way before supplements were popularized, but my father decided to own a health food store, and this is before GNCs and those types of things. So it was a weird thing as a young kid to be taking supplements, but I'd always been around this world. And for me, with the amount of background and expertise and experience I had, I always found this bewildering. You walk into a retail store and look at the shelves of supplements. You go online and look at Amazon and other such places and see all these supplements, and it feels like every single one of them are necessary because of the features, the benefits, the marketing copy. People can convince you pretty quickly that you need whatever this particular product is. And what did we know? 2 things. Number one, supplements have the power, and I've seen it firsthand many times, they have the power to change lives, and in my opinion, many times save lives, because when people are deficient in certain supplementation, certain vitamins, minerals, essential nutrients, what happens is that they can become very sick. The second thing is that there are challenges where a lot of supplements make claims that aren't valid as far as what they can do, or what the bioavailability of their supplementation is, whatever they're marketing to you. How do you know that what you're investing is actually getting into your body? That was a big challenge, and something that we wanted to sort out and get some information on. And then thirdly, it's sorting through it all and saying, hey, let's say that we had 200 different labels of supplements in front of you right now, all of which have good source materials, all of which follow good manufacturing practices, all of which can provide some benefit. Well, you're not going to take 200 supplements a day. How do you know which ones are right for you? This is very tough stuff to sort out. And I would love to have told you, I would love to tell you right now, oh, there's a simple answer, ABC. It's not that simple. This is why we filmed dozens and dozens of experts, everywhere from academicians to clinicians to manufacturers to people who develop the source materials, overviewing it all to really understand the field, and then trying to create what we like to call far-side simplicity, saying you got to go through all this arc of complexity to land in this place of simplicity that is not simple because it is ignorance. It's simple because you've mastered, or you've gotten enough information to draw some conclusions for you. So we're going to have conversations around a lot of this today. We're looking forward to your questions and comments. I know that we covered the world of supplementation I think in an unprecedented way through the Supplements Revealed docuseries. I'm going to encourage you, I know many of you already owned it, you've invested in it. If you haven't, I'm going to encourage you to invest in it, because this is like getting your PhD here. This is like learning, and you have to have the ability to go back and look at different elements of this series and pick it up and study it. So, you know, if you got our gold package, you'll know that you have the transcripts, you got the audios, you've got the videos, and a bunch of bonuses there. So all of this is what gives you a library in one place, one library that you can go to dig deeper, to study. If you're saying, you know, I want to know more about gut health, I'm going to go back to those interviews and dig in a little bit deeper. I want to learn more about heart health and nitric oxide. I'm going to go back to those interviews and dig a little deeper. I want to learn about mitochondrial health. I want to learn more about, you know, general supplementation. I want to learn more about, you know, my situation. I need to detox before supplementation is going to help me. There's so much in this series, as you already know, and having the library as a go-to resource is really a great asset. We've gone through all 9 episodes. We've gone through the full viewing period. Right now, as we are live, we also have a free replay weekend where you can look at any of the episodes throughout this weekend. We wanted to give people a shot to go back. They might have missed some days. They maybe want to revisit something they saw. So we're really hoping that we're getting this content to you, and you can figure out what you need to see. And for the next 48 hours, approximately 48 hours, you can now go in and see any episode that you want. But right now, I prefer that you're with me here live, so we can have this live experience together. You're going to hear things, see things, know things that weren't in the docuseries. Secondly, you're also going to have the ability to comment or to have questions of your own. And as I said, we'll get to as many of those questions as you can. So as you're spooling up right now, you got Dr. Ed Group coming up in about 15 minutes. I'm looking off camera to the clock. So about 15 minutes, we're going to bring Dr. Group in. And I have to tell you, he's a guy that when I have questions, he's one of my first phone calls I make because of his depth level, the depth of his expertise and his level of understanding. You know, he's got decades of experience, and he really knows this game. So you get to ask him questions now too. He's my valuable resource. I want to share him with you so he can be your valuable resource too. So Justin, people checking in out there?
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of people checking in so far. We've got Justin from Nevada. He's just about an hour outside of Vegas. Warren, who's going to join us in about an hour and a half, he's already checking in and letting us know that he's watching. We've got Coach Mike Harward. He's checking in from Massachusetts, and we've got people all over the world.
Yeah, I just saw a thread that came up on the screen. It looked like there's a ton of people there. Can some questions or comments you could feed me?
Yeah, so let's just start off right from the Facebook thread. So we've got Justin Kernut. He's so Justin from Nevada, about an hour outside of Vegas. Do vitamins and patches absorb transfer ally? Do you interview anyone that talked about that?
So I think, he's probably talking about, and his name was again?
Justin.
Justin, I was going to say, yeah. Okay. So Justin, what I would, a couple of just quick things. I think, Al, I think it was probably just a typo. When you put patches on, that's referred to as transdermal. So basically, you can, and I have, with certain nutrients like NAD, you can create patches they put on, and you have this transdermal absorption, and there's many people who really think that that's one of the more optimal ways to get nutrients absorbed directly into your system. I think a lot of that depends on what it is that you're trying to, what nutrient is you're trying to get into your body. So some nutrients may lend themselves better to transdermal absorption, some maybe oral absorption. Sometimes it's intravenous that they'll put, this is becoming very popular now where a lot of people are going to clinics and they're getting like IV bags of vitamin C or a Myers cocktail, which is a combination of things, and they do it IV directly into the blood. You have suppositories, so that's another way that you can get nutrients in. There's multiple ways, but there's no doubt that transdermally, you can get nutrients in, and these patches, I believe, for transdermal absorption are becoming more and more popular nowadays.
Great. Another common question we've actually been getting throughout the entire series is about blood work and blood tests that I can do. So I'll read one specifically.
Sure.
This one's from Callie. So she says, I loved your series. I can't thank you enough. I need to get tested to see where my body is deficient. Can you tell me the name of the tests or what I should be asking for when I go to a doctor?
So this is it depends question, and I have to start out by saying that I'm not able on TV to give medical advice. Okay, so I'm talking to you as if you're my sister, or my brother, or my aunt, or my uncle, and giving you some thoughts around this. But please don't take any of this as medical advice. I'll probably have to bore you with that disclaimer throughout this entire broadcast. So the first thing to say is you need to find a good practitioner. Typically, this is going to be in the realm of what many call functional medicine. These are people that practice in this kind of nutrient world or supplementation world or lifestyle diet supplementation world, are going to be chiropractors and naturopaths and many times medical doctors that I know that take this approach where they're looking through that lens, where they're going to do blood work, they're going to look for deficiencies, and then they're going to make recommendations based on that. So typically that's going to start out with a very generalized test if you're kind of just looking at a generalized profile. I don't want to give you specific names of tests, but there are wellness panels that many labs will run, but they usually have to be ordered by a doctor. So you have to find the right doctor. I will say that a conventional medical doctor is not the right doctor for this, and I don't have anything against conventional medical doctors. It's just not their realm and expertise. They typically are going to do diagnostics and they're going to look for pathology and disease, and they might order blood work that's kind of relevant to that. More of the general wellness or functional medicine approach is going to be predicated in saying, hey, you come in, just to give you examples, there's many people that have chronic illness that is sort of a phantom illness. This is becoming rampant nowadays. You hear things like chronic fatigue syndrome. You'll see people have maybe manifestation of Lyme and other type thing where they don't have energy every single day. They've got certain vague symptomatology that seems to be chronically there. They might have neuropathy, some tingling in their hands and their feet, gastric upset, all kinds of things that's going on that don't point to a particular conventional medical diagnosis. Many times, unfortunately, these people are told, this must be in your head, we can't find anything, and I can tell you that nothing is further from the truth. The reality is there are low-grade chronic processes that are going on that can be the byproduct of so many different things, chronic viral loads and other such things. Dysbiosis in the gut microbiome. You've seen it all. We talked about this all in our series. So the long answer to the question is, you need someone who takes a vitalistic or a holistic approach toward looking at you. And the first thing they're going to do is they need to evaluate you and get a sense of what's been going on as far as your life, your symptoms, your energy levels, etc. And then they'll order blood tests, and these blood tests can vary quite a bit. Typically, these panels are going to be very, very comprehensive, but they want to look at certain markers that are in there, inflammatory markers, deficiency in certain nutrients, etc. And from there, they can make a recommendation. But I can give you, a personal example. With my wife just recently, we do get our blood checked. Regularly, not frequently, but regularly throughout, maybe a couple times a year. And we want to see, okay, how are we looking? How are our parameters? We're on certain nutrient protocols, and we'll cycle in certain nutrient protocols in and out of them over time. But one of the things that came up in her very recent test results just a couple of days ago is that her vitamin D levels dropped quite a bit. Vitamin D is very important to many functions of the body, especially important in immunity. So when your vitamin D levels start to drop, it can create some problems as far as your ability for your immune system to function at its optimum levels, as well as several other things. So So that was, her vitamin D levels weren't lower, but we live in Park City, Utah. We're in the middle of winter. We're not running around in short sleeve shirts and shorts right now out in the sun. We get a lot less sun this time of year. I mean, even if I'm out skiing, I'm getting sun on my face, but not the rest of my body. Your body can naturally produce vitamin D, and that's the best way to get it. But now what did we do? We said, okay, she hadn't been supplementing vitamin D as a part of her regimen recently, so what do? We add some vitamin D back into her body, and we couple that with K2. It's important usually to have those two things together, and that's a part of her supplementation. So that's an example of how you can look at lab work, see what your levels are, and then make a decision. But ultimately, you need somebody that's a good clinician that understands these things to be guiding you as a part of this process. So hopefully that's helpful not only to you, Justin, but to everyone else that's watching.
Great. So another really common question that we've been getting, and I can touch basis on this one, is will we be able to watch a recording of this later? I have to go to work, and I don't want to miss a minute of this.
Who's asking you that?
That's from Cheryl.
Cheryl. All right, so Cheryl, first of all, thank you for not wanting to miss a minute of this. It makes me feel better that I'm here for 4 hours. The answer is this is being recorded. I don't know that we have a plan for the replay on it, how that's going to go. So here's the good news. This is all being recorded. Here's the, not bad news, but the uncertainty news. I'm not sure how we're going to work with the replay on this, but we're going to, as we're having a replay weekend here, maybe this will be a part of that replay weekend where you can come in and rewatch this broadcast also. As I said, we are in a total experimental mode here. We have released many, many docuseries over a period of years in Revealed Films, and we've never done this type of a telethon live broadcast. Let's talk to our audience directly. We've gone through, again, the whole cycle of the 9 episodes, and we're in a replay weekend now. And, so we said, let's add some more value, how we can, where we can, when we can. And quite frankly, here's if I could share my personal feeling as to one of the reasons why we're here right now, live broadcasting like this, is because we go out and literally travel the world with a film crew. And as you can see from our docuseries, we do very high quality production. This isn't like webinars over Skype or summits. And I have nothing against those, but it's not like a couple of people with headphones on talking across Skype, which we're going to be doing today. But that's the extent of the interviews where we're recording that. That's nothing wrong with that. That's a good way to get content out. We are literally doing broadcast quality documentary work in these docuseries, and we're traveling literally the entire world, many continents sometimes. We're talking to experts in varying realms, so we have to source them, find them, sit with them, interview them, edit them, put them together, and deliver them. And then, so we put in usually at least 6 to 8 months of work. Then it's several more months of post-production and editing all this stuff together, and then delivering it to you, and we're streaming it over the internet and letting you register for free to watch it all. And our delight is knowing that people are out there watching it, although I do feel a little bit of, how can I put it? Maybe almost a little bit of depression, where psychologically it's like I don't get to experience you directly. It's sort of this indirect thing. So the thing that brings joy for me personally, and I think for our entire company culture, is to say, okay, now we're actually live. I'm getting to hear from you. I can get comments from you, and there's a little bit more connection to you. And maybe it's a neurosis on my part, but I crave that connection. I crave this ability to be able to speak to you live right now, and it helps make the entire journey of a docuseries like Supplements Revealed something more meaningful to me personally and to all of us at Revealed Films. So that's why we're doing this. That's kind of the motivation, or one of the big motivations behind it, to connect with you, to be able to hear your thoughts, and to be able to have this thread that's running right now. And I can tell you that we'll be reading all the questions and comments that come in, even if we can't speak to them live during the broadcast. For me, that's not work. That's the joy. That's the reward I get for the work that we've done. And I know I could speak for, I know Justin is, when we're having our team meetings, is always telling us, hey, here's some of the comments that have come in. And I know that, everybody else in the company, my partner Jeff, everybody, we all really like to hear from you so that we know that we're actually touching people's lives. So anyway, I guess the answer is we are recording it. There will be replay. I don't even know, again, we have 4 hours here. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out. We have great ambitions. If there's certain highlights and things we think are great, we're probably going to take certain chunks of it, edit it, and then we'll send it out to you over the next months, pieces of this that we think are worthwhile. So it's hard for me to say exactly how we're going to use it until we know what we have. And literally, I'm sitting here live right now. And so this is, I could call it train wreck TV. Anything could happen. It's live, so whatever happens, happens. But at the end, we'll see what we thought was worthwhile. And I'm sure we'll be utilizing some of this to share with all of you who have raised your hand and said, yes, I want to see supplements revealed. We have your email, we have your contact. We'll send you out links, and you can look at this. So thank you for your comments.
Great. We'll check into some people. We've got a few more minutes before Edward joins us. So we've got Elaine from the south of France, and then we've got Claudia joining us from Spain. So thank you for taking the time to join us. That's amazing.
So it's later in the afternoon in Europe. So, but thank you for joining us from these other countries. It's great to know that we're a world community here. We're not U.S. centric at all. We're really thinking about people throughout the world. And one of the things I will say, especially in the European community, is that the Europeans, I think, understand natural health on a much more cultural and intuitive basis. I've spent a lot of time in Europe, actually, especially somebody in south of France, love south of France, love the French language, actually. My daughter and I try to speak French to each other. She's much better now than I am. I was better in the beginning. But, so we love the European culture in general, and their disposition towards natural health compared to what I think we have here in the States is better. So thank you for checking in, and I hope that somehow, I know I'm from the East Coast originally. I talk a little fast, so hopefully I'm not talking too fast and you can understand me, and I wish I could speak in your language well enough to be able to communicate with you directly that way, but I can't. So anyway, thank you for tuning in.
Great. So let's jump into one more question before we connect with Edward. So we've got Julie. Says, I learned a ton from your wonderful speakers, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about something that was only mentioned briefly, and that's cycling supplements.
Okay. So I'm going to actually talk to Warren Phillips when he comes in. I think he's showing up at 11:30 Mountain Time in the U.S., because that's something that he has a perspective on. But I guess this is a philosophical thing. I am sure there's data and research on it also, but I'm going to just give you kind of a philosophical framework around the idea of cycling. It's interesting because my career and my foundations as a chiropractor really speaks to this insofar as the things that you want to avoid. The body, homeostasis, really, homeostasis is not the right word to describe. Homeostasis describes balance in the body, but the word stasis really means static. It's not a static process. Really the better term is homeodynamic process. There's a dynamic process ongoing all the time. And as I just described earlier, if you live in a place where you have 4 seasons, and sometimes you're bundled up cold and more indoors, and sometimes you're more outdoors when it's warm, your body should never get into stuck patterns. Stuck patterns, stasis, disease is literally a stuck, unprocessed pattern within the body. So you want to be cycling in and out of things. You don't want to all year round eat the exact same diet, do the exact same exercise program, have all the exact same cycles, because what happens is you get into patterns get stuck, and when they get stuck, they start to become degenerative in nature. So you want to, and in my mind, I think it varies for varying people, but I think you want to, at least on a semi-annual basis, if not a quarterly basis, you want to cycle in and out of certain patterns of behavior. I will eat keto for periods of time, but then I cycle out of keto. And then, and then whatever that next thing is, maybe I'm going to eat a little bit differently and cycle out of that. Supplementation. I'll have some supplements that are sort of staples, but some that I'm cycling in and out of and rotating all the time. My exercise programs and regimens. Not only will I change very often the type of exercise I'm doing, but maybe the times of day that I'm doing it. And fortunately, and it's one of the reasons that we moved to Park City some years ago from the East Coast, was because, hey, when it's winter, I'm out skiing. When it's summer, I'm out mountain biking. And so I'm hiking, I'm doing different things. So what happens is we start to change throughout the course of a year, the behaviors, the dynamics. In a sense, this is the theme of what they call cross-training, right? You're not just doing one type of training, you are cross-training. So with the concept of cross-training, you're not doing the same thing all the time. You're doing different things, which moves different parts of your body, and in the end, it's a much healthier way to do things. The last thing I'll say on this is that when I was practicing as a chiropractor, I had people that were professional athletes, and let's say they were professional golfers versus a professional football player, et cetera. And you can see how they overdeveloped certain parts of their body through the training they did for a particular sport, and that created imbalance in them. The same thing would be true nutritionally. You want to cycle in and out of things over time, and you want to have some guidance from an expert in doing that. And I've got a great expert coming up, so maybe we'll make this a part of the conversation. So thank you for that question. But if Dr. Group is on, let's bring him in and start what we're doing. All right. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Justin. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Ed Group, one of my favorite human beings on the planet. Dr. Group, how are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great, Patrick. Great to be on. Always fun to help as many people as we can, as usual.
and that's the one thing I know about you. I mean, you are an extraordinarily humble human being, but you've experienced great success in your life, and I guess it's safe to say that you don't need to work anymore. And whenever I'm around you, which was recently out in California, we're at CalGym talking, you can't shut it off. You're out there trying to help and serve people every single day. And I'm not saying that to bluster or to try to create some kind of an image, for the people who are tuning in. But literally, it's just the way that I observe and experience you. There's nothing that can buy you out of this purpose that you have in your life, and I admire that.
Well, thanks for that. I appreciate it. You too. I mean, there's a lot of people that I think in our industry and many industries that just have a purpose. And I feel like my purpose is here to help as many people as I can and to tell people the truth that we actually do have the ability to heal ourselves. We all have a self-healing mechanism. It's just being suppressed by all the chemicals, all the toxins, all of the stress people are under, the anxiety, the depression, the 5G. I mean, all of the different types of ways that suppress our self-healing mechanism. I've always been a root cause kind of a person. The amazing thing is that after talking to thousands and thousands and thousands of people over the years that are suffering from multiple health conditions, I still go back and ask them. I just had a lady the other day that called me up, and she was suffering from probably 10 or 15 different things. And she said, I've seen 22 doctors in the last 12 years, and I'm still suffering from the conditions, all these conditions that I'm suffering from. And I said, can you tell me why you're suffering from all those conditions? And she said, no, I don't know why I'm suffering from all these conditions. And so I said, well, hasn't anybody, all these doctors that you've seen in the last 12 years, hasn't anyone explained to you why you're suffering from all these health conditions? And she said, no, they just take blood, they take urinalysis, they take a history, and then they put me on natural supplements or they put me on pharmaceuticals. So, what I've come to realize and what I've been studying and the research that I've been doing for over 25 years is the root cause of why people have the conditions and why they're suffering from all these things, and teaching people the root cause. Because once they understand why they have and why they're suffering from all these health conditions, then something clicks in their mind. They have self-confidence, they have hope, they have faith. And then they understand that they do have a self-healing mechanism, which is the most powerful medicine in the world is inside of you, not outside of you. And then we can start the healing process.
You know, what's interesting is, you talk about that and, the idea of faith, and people really would try to, at least in the materialist world, especially in Western medicine, the idea of, having faith is something that has no place in the realm of their thinking or action in their care. But nonetheless, they insist on studies that are designed with placebo controls, meaning people having faith in what they're given as a pill, which is really a sugar pill and not an active drug, and they know they need to control for that. So the idea of consciousness and thinking and, if you will, faith plays into the role of healing. And to me, I know as a fact that when people start placing faith in their body's ability to heal and recover, as compared to feeling like they're defective and having fear driving their systems, when they get into a healthier mode of saying, I have faith, my body was designed not to be sick. I was born to be healthy. And now I need to remove things that interfere with the ability for that body to experience health and express health and give it what it needs. Because what do you have? You have toxic things, right, that need to be eliminated. And then if you are deficient in anything, you need to put it in so the body has the resources it needs to be able to heal properly. Is that how you see it?
That's exactly how I see it. At one point in time in my career, I had 650 different supplements because I was also trained to, if someone comes in with a headache, give them this. Or if someone comes in with arthritis, they're on this protocol of 30 different supplements. If someone comes in with high blood pressure or heart disease, put them on this round of supplements. But I still kept going back to the simple basics because I think that healing is simplicity. I know that for a fact now, after working with hundreds of thousands of people and cleaning them out and traveling the world and talking to doctors from all over the world, really specializing in cancer at an early age was how I got into this, natural cancer therapies. And there's one thing that always works 100% of the time, and that's cleaning the body and detoxifying the body. And that goes back thousands of years with fasting, and the earth cleanses itself, and you clean up after you cook a meal in your kitchen. So what we found is that all disease, all of the degeneration, the symptoms, the aging, all of that has to do with just a toxic load coming into the body and the body not being able to eliminate all these chemicals and toxins on a daily basis fast enough, and the fact that people's elimination routes are not functioning well enough, which means they're not having enough bowel movements, they're not urinating enough because they're not drinking enough water. They're not sweating and they're not respirating enough as well because they're not doing enough exercise. And then with women, you have the fifth elimination route, which is the menstrual cycles. With all the endocrine disrupting chemicals and all the pesticides and all the insecticides and the soy and the hormonal impact in the environment right now, then you're starting to see women suffer from their menstrual cycles as well, and not being able to eliminate all of these things on a regular basis. And the liver really takes a beating. And I've always said that the first exposure point is the gut. I wrote a book 20 years ago called Health Begins in the Colon. And disease starts in the intestinal tract, and so does health begin in the intestinal tract.
So this is, it's popularized now as far as gut health, et cetera, but I know that you were way ahead of the curve on this. So when you talk about detoxification, people start to, I hope, at least if you're watching this, realize that it's not just about saying, I keep everything I have the same way, and then I just start taking some pills, and that's going to solve my problem. I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make in their orientation towards supplementation. There's really a more global view of this that requires, again, the elimination of toxins while you're now supplementing the body and eating properly, et cetera. Now the body can utilize this. But let me ask you this, Dr. Group. What is the expectations that are set? And I'm going to give you a scenario because I know you can't just generalize too much. But for people that have had challenges with some type of a chronic problem, like you said, they've been to multiple doctors, they really don't understand why they have the problem. They're looking for solutions. Now they've gone out of the getting medicated world. And may I add, and I'm not trying to be totally polemic on medicine, but one of the problems is that if you go into with sort of some of these challenging chronic conditions that don't have a clear diagnosis or a clear treatment path, when you go into the conventional medical realm, you're getting written a prescription, and the prescription is something that is targeted to manipulate the symptoms and manipulate the way that your body can experience itself by numbing itself down, so maybe you're not feeling some of the symptoms you have. But those prescription medications are also very toxic. They put more load on the liver and the rest of the body because these aren't vitamins. I mean, these are things that have side effects, adverse effects, and they're toxic chemicals that are manipulating the way your body can experience itself. But let's say that you have someone who's maybe gotten on some medications, they still don't have a solution, they're trying to find their way out, and I'll tell you, my heart, I have such empathy because many times these are moms who have kids who are going to work and are trying to find the energy to take care of their children, take care of their household, take care of themselves, and they're finding themselves, in this predicament where they don't know how to get through their days anymore. What is the expectation for once they get on a program and they can start to detoxify, start to get some good supplements and change their lifestyle a bit? How long should it take before they start to notice some changes, some improvement?
What we found, and we've evaluated cleanses for close to 20 years, is the number one thing that everybody should do is clean and repair the gut. That's always the first step, using a good oxygen-based intestinal cleanser, good probiotics. And then the second step is to move on to the liver and cleanse and heal the liver. After that, we move on to cleaning out all the harmful organisms. There's not one person that's suffering from any type of symptoms or health condition that doesn't have an overgrowth of harmful organisms in their body. And that could be anything from mold to fungus to parasites to bacteria to viruses. And that, we've noticed, has become worse over the years, over the last 20 years. And that's also another reason why the medical and the allopathic system doesn't really have a way to diagnose. I mean, how many doctors, medical doctors or hospitals do you know of that do extensive testing in the gut, extensive testing in the liver? There are no medical tests really for gut health. There are no medical tests for liver. There's no test that tests for liver flukes. The liver is so congested with stones that there's no test for that. The only liver test we really have is GGT, which tests for alcohol, or some sort of a scan which might indicate that you have fatty liver, which we're now seeing, by the way, in kids. That's non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And then the last step would be to clean all the chemicals and the heavy metals out of the system. When you look at the disruption or the dis-ease in the body, the question again falls on what's causing the dis-ease. So it's not only about cleansing the internal environment, but it's also about cleansing the external environment. And when you talk about supplements, for example, you can expand on that. For example, air quality. You might be breathing, most likely in your home, in your office, in your bedroom, outside. If you live in a big city, you're going to be breathing toxic air. So what is your supplement for that? Your supplement for that is clean air. How do you get that? You put air purification systems, you put live plants in your home, you don't use toxic air fresheners, especially starting in the bedroom. You clean up your bedroom, you don't sleep on memory foam mattresses. I mean, there's whole ways to go about that. Then you look at water. Water is a major component of what we need. Most people are not drinking water. Air is free, by the way. Here's the thing. Most of the stuff that will heal you is actually free, like clean air, clean water, clean food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, sleep and sunlight. I mean, really, you could take all of those and be able to heal any disease, and that's been proven time after time after time again. Example just with water only fasting, where people have had every disease you can imagine and gone out in nature and just laid down or slept under the stars and just had done nothing but drink water for a week or 2 weeks. Animals, that's how if they break their bone in the wild, they lay there and they dry fast and their bone heals in a few days, 4 or 5 days maybe. What does it take us? 6 to 12 weeks to heal a bone? So everything is in simplicity. And the one thing that's always forgotten, and I still talk to doctors today and individuals, and I ask them, so what did your doctor do to take 2 steps back and to detoxify you or to clean you out before they gave you all these medications or all these supplements? And every time I still get the answer, they didn't do anything. They didn't talk to me about detoxification. But once someone is detoxified, in our experience, once someone goes through a intestinal cleanse, a liver and gallbladder cleanse, a harmful organism cleanse, a chemical and heavy metal cleanse, the miraculous thing is their body's self-healing mechanism kicks in and the majority of their symptoms are gone. And to answer your question about the timeline, it takes 90 days to regenerate the liver. So in 90 days, you can see a dramatic increase in a reduction of your symptoms, even by up to 50, 60, 75%. We've even had people in 90 days completely eliminate all their symptoms from what they're suffering from. And the beautiful thing is it doesn't matter what condition you have. It doesn't matter what disease you have. You can still use the same detoxification and cleansing process. And the other beautiful thing about it is if you are working with a healthcare practitioner that's monitoring you, you can still take the supplements that you're on or whatever you're doing at the same time that you're cleansing your body.
Great wisdom. Thank you so much for that. So we've got people that are asking, you have questions and comments on the things that you're talking about, Ed. So I'm going to ask Justin to start feeding us some of those.
Hey, Dr. Group, Justin here. So one of the most common questions we've been getting is, this one is from Joanne specifically. It's question for Dr. Group. Why does oxygen powder have different ingredients for the USA compared to UK? Is this due to regulations?
It is due to regulations, and just to give everybody else a little background on that, when we were looking for the best way to clean, the safest way to clean the bowel, you really have to look at choosing something that's going to oxidize the solid compaction, something that's going to neutralize the chemicals, the toxins in the bowel, something that's going to help restore the intestinal lining. When you look at herbal-based intestinal cleansers, the Cascara Sagrada, the Psyllium Husk, the Senna, etc., those can actually cause long-term damage to the bowel. The interesting thing is that we found when we were doing our research 20 years ago is Nikola Tesla was very involved in health. Most people don't know that. His understudy was a guy named Arthur Matthews, and Arthur Matthews' understudy was a guy named George Freibot. I ended up learning from George Freibot and ended up getting and studying Tesla's technologies. I had a Tesla coil in my lab 15, 20 years ago, as well as being on the Royal Raymond Rife research team with Barry Lyons when we were testing different types of Rife machines years ago, which are, have a crossover effect with Tesla. But Tesla had a vision in the late 1800s, and he saw and said that one of the main conditions that we were going to, or the root causes of disease in the future, he saw was coming in through the intestines, through the food, the toxic food and the chemicals and all the other stuff. And so Tesla wanted to make his mark on the future, and he wanted to develop something that people could take that would clean the intestines, but not only clean it, but provide oxygen and neutralize chemicals and toxins and harmful organisms. And so he commissioned a guy named Eugene Bloss, and they sat in a hotel room in 1898 and figured out how to stabilize monatomic oxygen onto a magnesium compound. And that was the birth of the original product that Tesla developed called Homozone, and that was sold for a while. I ended up with some of Tesla's formula and wanted to go through it and to make an even better formula using higher quality ingredients. And not that anything was toxic at all. People think that it's the magnesium, but it's not. It's actually the bonded oxygen, and it's extremely difficult procedure to do. As a matter of fact, I worked out of a 40-foot shipping container for 4 years trying to get the last piece of the formula together, and almost blew myself up a couple times because you have to use high levels of ozone and in low temperatures and everything else. So when you take an oxygen-based cleanser, all it's releasing millions of atoms of oxygen into your bowel, which are chewing away and melting away all of that compaction in your system. And every country has different laws, so we have to adjust for each country depending on what their rules and regulations are. So that's kind of the backstory, and it's my favorite product ever. It's something that I take 2 or 3 times a week to keep my bowel clean and healthy. Even if you're eating raw organic foods all the time, you're still going to have some contamination going on. And now science is finding out how important the intestines are. The gut-brain connection, the gut-thyroid connection, the gut-immune connection. I mean, the gut is associated with every organ, every system in the body. We found that out years and years ago when we were studying the gut, and we came to the appendix, and we were like, okay, let's pull up a research on the appendix, and we couldn't find anything. Well, what is appendicitis? Why does it happen? Our medical teams just take your appendix out when it gets inflamed. We actually had to get Russian and German research translated that they had done on the appendix, and the appendix is about the size of your pinky finger. And it's actually the microcomputer system for your whole body. You think the brain is in your head, but your body's brain is not in your head. Your body's brain is actually in your gut. It's your appendix. The appendix controls and regulates every single system. And now you could pull up more research on that online. So what happens if your appendix gets inflamed? We just take it out. We're taking out the microcomputer system of the whole body.
Well, that's disturbing, to say the least. And incidentally, I'm asked a question very often. One of the most asked questions that come to me through the series is, what supplements am I taking? And I don't necessarily want to bias people up, but I will say that your Oxy supplement is definitely one of them, and it is, having tried several products in that category over a period of years, I can see why that's one of your favorites personally that you developed. And I'm hoping you don't mind, and I don't get paid if you buy his his Oxy supplement. There's no commission here, but I will say that that supplement is something that we use in our household. So global healing. It's called Oxy Clean. I see OXY on the label, but I don't know if there's anything else after that.
It's called Oxy Powder.
Oxy Powder, that's it. I knew there was something underneath, but so the Oxy. But it's, and you start with, because now the next question will come, I think the labeling calls for 4 to 6 capsules, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. So start probably 4 and then work your way up. Is that how you'd recommend it?
Yes, everybody's different. It depends on people's weight, et cetera, but we recommend starting with 4. And what you're really trying to achieve is 3 to 4 bowel movements the following day, usually around 3 bowel movements by the time noon comes around. I just want to say that some people get the wrong idea and they think it's diarrhea, but it's actually not diarrhea. The oxygen, through an oxidation reduction reaction, actually turns the solid matter into a liquid or a gas. So there's just so many different uses for it. I mean, the people in Hollywood have been using it for a long time because you can drop 2 dress sizes overnight or drop a size overnight because it just cleans you out. Most people have 10, 15 pounds worth of compacted fecal matter in their bowel. If you have that stubborn belly area that's pudging out and you haven't been able to lose that, most likely you have a lot of compaction in the lower part of your small intestine or compacted in the colon.
Yep. So I know a lot of people are interested in that. You know, if health doesn't get you, vanity will. So, um, we're going to get into another question we have for you, Dr. Group. But before we do, I know that we were looking to have some fun around this and create some dynamic and energy, et cetera. And we want to do some giveaways. And so, Justin, do we have a way to see when people are ordering?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can capture that. So I thought so. So Dr. Group, do we have some giveaways for maybe the next 20 people that order that we can throw them something a little bit extra for doing so? I want to encourage you to own Supplements Revealed. Let me just say that if you look at the packages, if our gold package, which is extremely affordable, has not only all of the content but a lot of bonus content that's in there, as well as compendiums. We have the supplement guide, our Supplements Revealed supplement guide that a lot of people are looking for, transcripts, audios, a lot of stuff. You can see it. As a matter of fact, below our viewing screen, there's a button there that you can push that you can check out all of what's there. But we have a way to see who's coming in next. So what I want to do is two things: is offer something for the next 20 people who order the gold package. At the same time, I know many of you already ordered. I don't want you to miss out. So we're going to have a lottery to also randomly pick people who have already ordered Supplements Revealed and also send them some additional bonuses that were not a part of what they ordered. So I want to have the ability to reward people who already ordered, but also I want to encourage people now that now's a good time to order. What can we give them, Dr. Group?
Well, since we've been talking about the Oxy powder, we can give away 40 bottles of the 60 count Oxy powder.
Awesome. Okay, perfect. So as you can tell, I'm asking him, I wasn't even sure what would come, but that's a perfect one. So Oxy powder, great stuff. It's, I could tell you right now, you go to my supplement area, you're going to see Oxy powder right there. So next 20 people who order the gold package will get a bottle of Oxy powder additional in your package as a gift. And then it might be shipped separately, just so you know, or it might not. I don't have that worked out yet, but you will get it. And then we're going to randomly pick 20 people who already ordered and get that to you too. So Ed, thank you very much for that. It's kind of fun just to give away some stuff and have some live interaction here and get people ordering the stuff. Justin, another question for Dr. Group.
Yeah, of course. So we've got Jeff Z, who's asking a question on YouTube. He is asking, should minerals and fat solubles be taken separately for absorption or digestion purposes? Also, to take multiple smaller doses instead of one daily standard amount at a time? Thank you.
Well, thanks for that question. That's a very good question, actually. And I would kind of go, there's multiple answers for that. I would kind of go back and look at why are you taking them to begin with. Not to say that we shouldn't be taking minerals. However, if your body is detoxified, if you're eating clean food, if you're eating organic food, you're probably getting a lot of those anyway. I always like to try to cycle my vitamins and minerals, and I always think it's better if you can spread them out. The more you can spread them out, the better. For example, I have like one round of supplements I take one day, and then I take another round the next day. Some supplements I take with food, some I don't take with food. Another thing is I would want to find out what kind of minerals that you're actually taking. What's the brand of them? Because some of them might be synthetic based. That's also something that people need to look at when they're choosing their supplements or their fat soluble vitamins is the source. Where are they coming from? Are they alive? Do they have a vibrational energy field to them? Most of the synthetic vitamins out there, or even the fatty acids, are not going to have a really good vibrational energy to them, and they can actually be looked at by the body as a toxin. A lot of people think that multivitamins or fat soluble vitamins or minerals can be they're all healthy. For example, calcium. A lot of people out there still take calcium carbonate. I mean, calcium carbonate is chalk. And what it does is it actually leaches calcium from your body. And so you really need to figure out or talk to somebody who has a deep knowledge of minerals and what minerals you might need and what the best minerals are to take. Dr. Hans Nieper is one of my favorite doctors when it comes to mineral transport systems. And he was a doctor in Germany, and he wrote a book called The Curious Man. And he really focused on autoimmune disease, especially MS. And SLE, and he really goes into deep research into the different types of mineral transporters. For example, you can have magnesium malate, magnesium aspartate, magnesium arginate, magnesium orotate, magnesium aminoethylphosphate. I mean, there's so many different forms of minerals depending on where you want those minerals to go. Do you want those minerals to go into the extracellular fluid? Do you want them to go to the cellular membrane? Do you want them to go to the inner cellular membrane, the intracellular fluid, into the mitochondria? So you really need to determine where you would like those minerals to go. Now, that being said, if you're taking minerals, but you're still eating toxic compounds, or you haven't detoxified and cleansed your cells, because your cells are just like you, except a mini version of you, because your cells eat, your cells go to the bathroom, your cells breathe, your cells function, your cells replicate. They're just mini versions, 100 trillion mini versions of you. So if their environment is toxic, and then you're trying to give them the minerals, or you're trying to give them the fat-soluble vitamins, you might not be able to absorb, utilize those efficiently. So that was kind of a lot of different answers to one question. However, I always think it's best to spread everything out as much as you can, if possible.
Terrific. I think that as you cited, there's many times more than one question or one answer to a question, and there's some context that might be needed. So thank you for giving all that context. So Justin, as you were talking, Justin just said, we just got a whole slew of questions that are all the same question. Where can I order Oxy powder? So what's the best place that we can send people for you, Dr. Group, to get it? I don't know if you want to send them to Amazon, or should they go directly to the Global Healing website? What's the best place for them to order?
Best place is going to be Global Healing website. Just globalhealing.com.
Healing.com, and your whole product line is there, I'm sure, but the Oxy powder can be bought there. So it was like an instant rush of a whole thread of the same question. So I'm glad you're taking an interest in it. It's a great product, and you should have it. I think everybody should have it, quite frankly. All right, what's the next question?
All right, so make sure I got the right one here. Okay, so this one's from Diane. This one is, I know everyone might have special needs for certain supplements based on specific health issues, but is there a prioritized list of what supplements have been discussed that everyone should be really taking, period?
So this is the million-dollar question, if you will, that we keep getting throughout the series. And if you watch the whole series, you would see different people's points of views or answers about this. But I'd like Dr. Group to answer that question, or get his opinion or his perspective on that particular question.
That is a very common question. I ask myself that question a lot, and it all boils down to how clean your body actually is. Because what we've found is, I can't tell you how many times people would send us pictures of the amount of supplements they're taking, and it's like 50 bottles on their counter, 100 bottles on their counter. You don't need to be taking that many. I always ask them, if your body is clean, you're able to absorb nutrients from the food a lot better. So the real issue is not how many supplements I need to be taking. The real issue is what are you eating? What are you drinking? What are you exposing yourself to? And how often are you cleaning your body? If your body is super clean, it doesn't really require a lot for maintenance. However, with that being said, The main thing that I would say that we need to, that I do, and I recommend when people ask me that question, is always take probiotics, because even the air that we're breathing, it's just really difficult to keep our gut in really good health. So I use the oxy powder and probiotics for that. A good multivitamin, a good multivitamin slash mineral is always good to take. I mean, just the core amount or the least amount of supplements. And then my favorite, which I think every single person needs, which is an all-around mineral, is iodine. I've for years spent time pondering that same question. What do I need? Like, what should I be taking on a daily basis? And so what I've narrowed it down to is good probiotics, good multivitamin. I try to have a fresh juice, if not two fresh juices every single day. So I'm going to get a lot of live vibrational minerals and vitamins in that. I try to eat good fats. I try to I'm on the 90-10 diet plan. Like, I try to eat healthy, really healthy organic 90% of the time, but give myself 10% of time if I want to eat something else. But iodine is one of the things that I think every single person should be on, because we just don't have enough of it in anywhere for that matter. And iodine is used for every single reaction. There's no virus, bacteria, organism that can survive in the presence of iodine. We're seeing so many endocrine disrupting situations going on right now, mental retardation. And let me explain why everybody needs iodine. The reason why is because we have an overabundance of bromide, bromine, and fluoride compounds. So you have the halogens, which are chlorine, bromine, and fluorine actually. The difference between fluorine and fluoride or bromide is it's synthetically bonded to something else. And that's what we have if you pull up a list of things that contain bromide on Google, you would be amazed. Pretty much everything in your house, everything in your car, all your food, your bread, it's just everywhere. So we have an overproduction or overexposure to bromide and fluoride. I mean, chlorine converts to chloride, which is not too bad in the body, but it's still in overabundance can harm the body. And all of the cells, especially the glandular cells, for example, any woman with fibrocystic breast disease, ovarian cysts, reproductive, any guy with prostate, those are the first signs of bromide fluoride toxicity, and any type of thyroid problems, any type of hormone problems. Any of that all is associated with an iodine deficiency. And now we're even linking iodine deficiency to pretty much every single degenerative disease that's out there. So that's something that I take on a regular basis every other day. If you're over a certain age, 28 or so, I mean, and people eat way too much, they eat way too many meals. I would say that a good digestive and systemic enzyme would also be something that I would recommend individuals take. But you're right. I mean, and that also depends on who you see. So the thing is that there's lots of naturopathic practitioners. There's lots of functional medicine doctors out there. There's lots of naturopaths out there. And pretty much everybody has a different program that they tell people they need to take. Really, if you look at the core of disease versus health, it all boils down to nothing more than vibrational frequencies. That's all we are. Einstein, as well as Tesla, said, we are vibrational and we are all energy. When you eat dead foods, when you eat toxic stuff, when you eat preservatives, when anything that's dead that has no life force or no living energy to it, it brings and sucks the energy from your body. So when you do things that are good for you, that raise your vibrational energy, like eating organic, healthy, live, raw foods, you're doing chiropractic, you're doing massage, you're doing acupuncture, you're doing biofeedback, you're doing aromatherapy, you're doing essential oils, any of that stuff, there's a lot of different healing modalities, even sleep. drinking clean water, breathing pure oxygen, meditating, all of that is raising your vibrational frequencies. So as long as you're doing more things every single day to raise your vibrational frequencies than you are that lower your vibrational frequencies, that's really all you need to know about keeping yourself healthy.
That was a brilliant riff, and I couldn't agree with it more. And the way that you've organized the thinking around it and understanding lifestyle and balance and frequency. This is why you're here. Why we interview you for Supplements Revealed. Why we interviewed you for other docuseries where you have expertise, and why we have you here live now. So. Thank you so much for really just sharing that, because that's wisdom. That's wisdom that's earned over many, many years of practice and research, et cetera. So I really do appreciate you bringing it here. We've got some comments, so can we jump into some comments, Justin?
Yeah, of course. Thanks everyone for chiming in. The comment thread is blowing up for real. So we've got Joseph who's saying, I never thought I'd be so intrigued on the subject of supplements. Wow, thank you, you guys. We've got Stephanie who's saying, the series has empowered me to research supplements I am taking currently. I've already messaged 2 of the companies that manufactured them and hoping to get a response. If not, they've lost a customer in me. I will no longer follow the trail of greed in the pursuit of my health. We've got Sandra Howard who has said, we all use supplements, but we do not, it says, we all use supplements, but do we know how often, when, and what? My guess is no. This series clears a lot of that confusion in a very busy market. P.S. I've never taken so many notes in my life during the series. Thank you, Sandra. That's awesome to see that you're taking notes while watching it. Yeah, keep the comments coming, guys. I'm sitting here watching them live come in. Really appreciate everyone for chiming in. I'll do one more comment and then we'll do a question. This one our production team's going to love. Cynthia is saying, I love your Game of Thrones type of music and video in the opening. It's very cool. It gets me very excited for the upcoming great knowledge that's coming in the episode. Very enjoyable. I know our production and editing team will love to hear that. So
you're 100% right. There's the production and post-production side of what we do is very intensive work, and these guys are working under deadline, cutting, dozens of hours together, and wanting to. And this is why I'm saying, we're doing broadcast quality documentary style work. So I appreciate the fact when people comment on the aesthetic side of it. Everything from the music beds to the graphics to the actual, even the lighting, and how much effort goes into the lighting. If I could take you behind the scenes for a moment, when we're setting up for these interviews, the crew is there setting up for at least 2 hours before we sit down in the chairs to start the interview. And then once we sit down, they're still having to tweak everything to get it as perfect as they can get the sound right, et cetera. So we really are paying attention to quality in what we're putting out. The information in and of itself, we obviously should think, and it is life-changing, high-quality information. But the way that you experience the information is really important. So I just, what was the name of the person that made that comment?
Oh, hold on. It was Cynthia.
Cynthia. So I just want to shout out to Cynthia, saying thank you for noticing that. Obviously, the content and the questions you have about the content and the comments is important. But when you also talk about how even the music leading up to the intro that's bringing us into the actual series has an impact on you, that's exactly what we want to see happen. And that's exactly what you can't find everywhere, what you can't get out of certain modes of consumption of information. We're trying to give you not just information, we're trying to give you an experience. And that experience is going to heighten the impact that information has. So, and this is one of the great things about having a live broadcast right now and being able to have comments directly from you. I probably wouldn't be talking to you about the thinking that goes into revealed films and those types of issues. They're kind of in the background, but I love being able to sit here and bring it into the foreground and know that you're experiencing this. And so thank you for doing that, Cynthia, and sharing that experience with everybody who's viewing in on our live broadcast right now. I think we have more questions. Or we got time for a couple more questions for Dr. Group.
Yeah, of course. So really quick, she just noted again, she's like, same Cynthia. She just said, I just finished watching episode 9. Thank you so much, Patrick. It was a wonderful series and I learned so much. By the way, Jeff was right. You don't look your age.
I get that kind of often, and I guess I would just say this stuff works. Now, everybody's wondering what my age is, so I think maybe we'll announce it at the end of the show and keep you here.
There you go. There you go. All right.
Maybe we'll take a poll, or we'll give away a prize.
Should. Yeah, we should. Guess Patrick's age. No cheating. No looking it up. All right. So this one's from Sally. As an older person, age 71, is there a difference in what supplements are most important? I think we've touched, on a general basis of supplements. So, Sally, if you're just chiming in, you can rewind the video and you can head back a little bit to catch some of the earlier questions. So this one is, let's see, that's a question for Warren. We'll save that one for sure. All right. Okay, here I've got one from Stephanie. All right, Dr. Group, this one's from Stephanie. I thought when one takes vitamin B complex, it made one's urine yellow. I referenced that from your Mr. Hayes comment that if you've taken supplements and your urine is yellow, it means that your supplements are going straight through you, not absorbing. So please, can you confirm, does vitamin B complex not make your urine yellow?
Well, there's a great question. What do you got for that, Dr. Group?
I don't have a one-way answer for that because I've noticed, depending on the individual's absorption rate and their current health and whether or not they've done a full detox or not, what their absorption level is in their intestinal lining, as well as how their liver is functioning, I've seen different results. I mean, you can take somebody and clean them completely out and they won't really have a yellow urine, as well as somebody who is extremely toxic and they might. I've seen, here's one thing I've learned is that everybody really is different. I mean, and this is why I'm really against all the clinical trials and the studies out there when people say, oh, look at all these studies. It is impossible to do a scientific study, a really accurate scientific study, because you would have to clone 40 people. A male is different than a female. They have different hormones. Everybody's stress level is different on a day-to-day basis. Everybody's diet is different on a day-to-day basis. Everybody's sleep patterns are different every single day. So when you factor in all of those different components, everybody's different. So I can't say okay, across the board. It also depends whether or not you're taking synthetic B versus absorbable plant-based B or vegan B formula. That most people out there are still taking toxic B. It's like cyanocobalamin and B12. It's not going to be absorbed. That's another supplement that I think, it's a good question actually, because I think that people are deficient in B vitamins and especially B12. And it's not necessarily because their body can't absorb it. It's more based on the intrinsic factor that they're not producing because of their bowel and their stomach is not working efficiently because of all the toxic compounds that they're ingesting. When you look at the standard American diet and you look at most people today, it's hard for me to even believe this, but most people are not even drinking water. I mean, I talk to people and they say, oh, I hate water. And they just drink all day long is carbonated beverages and diet drinks and coffee and alcohol and, man-made sugar-filled drinks. So what does the body need and want? The body needs and wants water, pure, clean water. That's what we are. We're very similar to salt water inside of our system. Yet that's the one thing that people aren't putting inside of themselves. So when people ask me the question, like, am I absorbing this? Am I doing this? What's going on? Again, I always fall back to, well, what have you done to clean your system out really good so you can absorb it? What have you done so your liver can process it? Right now, we just finished evaluating close to 300,000 people that have gone through a liver cleansing, and we're finding that the average person today, their liver is only functioning at 15%, and that is shocking. Your liver, for you to be in good health, needs to be functioning at over 80%. And we also found that one liver cleanse will restore about 15% of your liver. So if your liver is only functioning at 15% and you do one liver cleanse, now it's going to be 30%. Then you do another liver cleanse, it's going to be 45. Then you do another one, it's going to be 60. Then you do another one, it's going to be 85. I used to, for years, only think that one liver cleanse was enough. But now, because of all of the toxic compounds that people are being exposed to, and that's not even talking about 5G and all the other things, we're finding, and this is not just me, this is in the scientific research, you can pull it up, how many people are really having congested livers. And I didn't even realize how important liver cleansing was. I mean, I knew it was very important. We had a case of a guy that was sent, an older gentleman who was sent home to die. He had 4-stage cancer all over his body. We don't treat cancer, and I'm not making any disclaimers or anything like that. I'm saying is all he did was order a few liver cleanses, and he did one liver cleanse, then he did another liver cleanse. He did this all on his own under zero medical supervision. He was still alive at the end of 2 weeks. He ordered more. He kept doing liver cleanse after liver cleanse after liver cleanse. And after he did 28 liver cleanses, he went back to the doctor's office and all of his cancer was gone. That just reinforces the fact that, and I would have never recommended that. I would have said start with an intestinal cleanse, then do liver cleansing, then do then do harmful organism cleansing. This guy didn't do any of that. All he did was just cleanse the liver. That's how important your liver actually is. And right now we are in an epidemic of people with congested, toxic livers. Nobody is cleaning their body on a regular basis. It just amazes me that how simple it is for the body to heal itself. Yet the one thing that the body needs and wants, when the body gives you a symptom, the body wants you to pay attention to it. When you get a headache or something, that's your body saying, hello, I have a headache, please pay attention to me. What did you eat? What did you do here? What, this, that? Can you imagine if you never cleaned your kitchen, how diseased your whole room would be just after a few weeks? Well, this is what's happening and going on inside the body, and that's why it all comes back. I've seen so many different things go away with just individual cleansing. And as a matter of fact, a shocking study that we did years ago was we had a bunch of patients came in and we took a full history and evaluation on them with all of their symptoms. And we ranked their symptoms from the worst thing they were dealing with, the top 10 things, all the way down to the thing that was still bothering them, but it wasn't, a top level symptom. Then we put them through all of those cleansing processes, and we went back and we went over every single one of the symptoms that they had originally. Most of those were all gone by the time they finished cleansing. Maybe there was a couple that weren't. However, what was really interesting was that one or two new things had popped up. Now, what does that tell you? That means that when you start cleansing and you start eliminating all these chemicals and toxins, or you go to the doctor's office and they say, oh, you're suffering from so-and-so, that might just be the symptom that's on the top. What's really the issue, it might be 3 or 4 levels down, and they're not even finding that. So what happened was we peeled back the onion with all the detoxification, and then found out what the real situation was. And that is crazy to think that all these people out there are being misdiagnosed, because when they go to the doctor's office, the doctor is just looking at the thing that's bothering them the most at that particular time, but that might not be the root cause, or that might not be the real thing that's initiating that symptom.
Well, this is constantly the knowledge that's flowing out of you is just extraordinary, and I hope by now for all the people who are tuning in, they're understanding the nature and importance of detoxification as a part of the big picture here. Which I think you've really illustrated about as well as anybody could. So I want to have a little fun with you right now, Ed. So we've done many series in Revealed Films on many different topics. Most of which are probably health topics, some of which are other topics. One of the ones that we did that actually built one of the biggest audiences was the series Christ Revealed. And I think you're probably remember or familiar with it. But when we got back from Israel for 2 weeks with a film crew and putting that whole thing together, and it was a really extraordinary experience. We started talking about herbs and the Bible, of course, because when you and I are talking, somehow it's always going to lead back to health, nutrition, supplementation, detoxification, etc. And we started to just contemplate. I said, there's all this wisdom, and isn't there a lot of health wisdom, in the Bible as far as, some of the practices, et cetera. And we started talking about all the herbs in the Bible, and that translated into something that you created based on this conversation for us, which is, I don't know if you probably can't see this, but it's this wisdom formula, which is not out there. You can't go buy it. There's nowhere for you to go get it right now, everybody. But I do want to give some away. So this is an organic formula of all the herbs, or the main herbs that are in the Bible that we had you create through your manufacturing process, etc. So we don't have this ready for the real world yet, in the sense that we haven't orchestrated the entire structure for how to deliver this or get it to people, but we do have our initial order of it from you. And what I want to do is what we did earlier with Oxy, which are gone now. For the next, first I want you to talk about this, and then we're going to timestamp it now, but for the next 20 people that order, we'll also include a bottle of wisdom. And then also we're going to randomly select 20 other people who have already ordered, who already got the Supplements Revealed Gold package. And we will randomly select you, and we're going to send you a bottle of this wisdom formula also. But talk about this wisdom formula, the herbs, and why you think that, because you kept saying as you're making it, oh my God, this is one of my favorite formulas. What went into this?
A lot of love and research went into that. It was when you and I talked about it at first, I was like, wow, what a great idea. Herbs have been used for thousands and thousands of years. There weren't any pharmaceuticals in the Bible. And I was like, is there anybody out there that's really dug deep into the herbs that are in the Bible and put together a formula that combined all of those healing herbs together? And I couldn't find anything. So, you know me, I kind of wanted to figure out, hey, what's the best way to do that? Is that can be a really powerful formula. So I looked at some of the most potent herbs that are talked about in the Bible and figured out a way to put them together synergistically, which contains anise, which was a very powerful healing herb, but also something that would address the balance within the body, that would address every component, organ, system, not only to initiate health, but something that was very vibrationally potent. So every herb in that formula is actually talked about in the Bible. It's got cinnamon in it. It's got frankincense in it. It's got hyssop in it. It's got myrrh in it. It's got holy basil in it. It's got milk thistle in it. And milk thistle was actually named because of the Virgin Mary when she was breastfeeding. Apparently some milk dripped on a plant below her, and that was the milk thistle plant. So it's the tradition that her milk once fell upon its leaves. So I actually take that formula. I love it. It's a great balancing formula, and I've been taking it every day. And so I love the name. You're the one that actually came up with the name for that, wisdom, and it does actually kind of impart a wisdom feeling within you. So I'm really excited about that product.
Thanks so much for the review of it, and I'll hold it up one more time, because one of the things you're going to see on the front of the label is the USDA organic indicia on that. And that is something that I think is very important, especially if you're doing herbs. You want me to go to this camera over here? Yeah. Okay. So I guess they're trying to get a zoom in on it. I'm just trying to show. But there it is. Okay. So there we go. Okay, so this is what it looks like, and basically it's a dropper full or two per day. But I have to say that I let it hang on my tongue and my mouth for a long period of time because I really love the flavor of it. You can sort of sense the varying herb flavors, and I'm a wine person, I'm a wine collector, so I have a palate, so I'm always distinguishing the little flavors in there. And there's sort of this generalized experience of all these complementary things going on in my palate while I'm just letting that hang. So all I could say is, I have no ability as a formulator or a manufacturer. You have extraordinary ability as a formulator and manufacturer. So the idea was one thing, but what you put together was really, for me, it's something I take it and my wife takes every single day, and we enjoy it. So just to make it fun here, for the next 20 people, it's from the time that I said it earlier, that buy the gold package of supplements revealed, we're going to add a bottle of Wisdom Formula for you. And we're also, for people who already own it, we're going to randomly select 20 kind of in a lottery type way, and you're going to get a special surprise that you weren't expecting with the Wisdom Formula. So man, the time goes by so quickly, Ed. Every time I sit with you, I learn from you. Your experience in these realms and your disposition to want to help people. I mean, it's Saturday, for crying out loud, and I know you're threading a needle. You had I think one of your kids' soccer games to go to, and but yet you said, I'll get to my desk, I'll spend an hour with you. I know you have no need to do this. You're doing it just because it's what your frequency of vibration is. It's what your passion is. It's what your purpose is, and I just can't thank you enough, sincerely, for taking this time to share it with us, to do this great experiment of a live broadcast, for Supplements Revealed. And I just want to say, on behalf of myself and the entire Supplements Revealed audience, thank you very much, and I wish you a great rest of your day.
Well, thank you so much for having me on, Patrick. I really appreciate it. And everybody has the power to heal and to live healthy and to live happy.
Well, and they're going to do that much better now because of you. So thank you so much. So we know we had tons more questions for Dr. Group. So what I'm going to look to do is somewhere down the line, just stay tuned, be watching your emails. I mean, literally, Justin was saying there were dozens of additional questions. There's a lot of you out there viewing right now, all over the world. Lots of questions coming in. So I will, and I don't have a time and date yet because I just am realizing we didn't have time to get to nearly all the questions. But we're going to keep these questions. I'm going to have a live webinar sometime in the future. Just be looking for your emails with just myself and Dr. Group, and we're going to jump into those questions, and we're going to handle as many as we can possibly get done. And if we have to do it again another month, we'll do it again another month. We're here to serve you. We want to get you the answers that you want. We know that we certainly covered a lot of ground in the Supplements Revealed series, but you might have more questions now. We want to personalize as much as we can. So any questions, any comments rather that we should, or any shout outs that we have, Justin, before we bring in we have our next guest. Actually, he's live in studio. He'll be walking out here in just a couple of minutes when I ask for him. I just want to do a few more shout outs and maybe a couple more comments to connect with you in the process of what we're doing here today with this broadcast.
Of course. All right. Thanks, everyone. So we do have quite a few comments and questions, and keep them coming. If we don't answer your question, that doesn't mean we won't get to it today. We may get to it, sometime later. As Patrick said, we'll definitely host a webinar later. So keep your questions coming, keep your comments coming. We love to hear from you. So we've got Kimberly Rice who's checking in. We've got Antonio, Jeff Z who asked a question. We've got Mary Nilsson. So
are they saying where they're from or no?
So make sure you mention where you're coming from. Some people are, some people aren't. So let us know where you are in the world and where you're watching from, and we'd love to know that. So I mean, we've got Mary who's saying your feedback on using stevia and stuff like that. So keep your questions coming, keep your comments coming. So let me read some of them. Let's see. We've got Linda, again, just to say how good Patrick is as a presenter, just brilliant. Thank you. The whole series has been very watchable, and I have enjoyed and have been glued to every second. Well done. Thank you to everyone who took part of it. There's a lot of us, and Patrick, you can speak to the production side.
Yeah, I mean, you see me, as a host, and certainly I love my activities as a host, as well as a partner in the company, and it's. I get the front man job, but there are a lot of people behind the scenes doing a lot of very important work that make this all come together to bring it to you. So your acknowledgments mean a lot to them, and so thank you for acknowledging your experience of the series and the team that put it together. So we have somebody live in studio who was in the series, Warren Phillips, and Warren's own personal journey really had a profound impact on his knowledge and expertise. You can go ahead, just walk right in, Warren. This is live TV, so okay, so it's good. They put up I'll get a look at the shot and talk about that a little bit while Warren's getting settled. So you can see that right now, while we're still in the free viewing period during our replay weekend for Supplements Revealed, we have our packages up to 71% off. So when the free viewing period is over, those deals go away. And as you know, and I don't know if we got 20 yet for the Wisdom Formula, but if we didn't get 20 yet, the people who buy that thing up there that says Best Value, which is our gold shipped package, gives you online access, gets you the shipped package, so and all the bonuses that come with that. And just read the list. There are a ton of them, but literally. Go ahead. Oh, okay. I gotta take my headphones off. Thanks. All right. Yeah. You guys, hey, we're live. You can just go ahead and chime in. This is reality TV here. So I had my headphones on, and I actually prefer them off. I forgot they were even on. But you can see that right below the viewing window here that you're seeing me. Below, you can see the buttons. If you click the button for the gold package and you go in there and order that package, we're probably, I don't know if we have the 20 yet, but you'll get the Wisdom Formula. But it's still 71% off. Once we are done with the free viewing period, all those discounts go away. So now is really the time to order and own this. And I think hopefully we're being compelling enough. This is really, I want to be really direct with you. This is not about me. This is about you. I'm encouraging you to own this information because I believe with 100% of my spirit that this is something that will serve your interests, serve for years. I am personally going back and reviewing several of the interviews for what I needed to learn. And there are just times in your life you're going to need a resource library on health and well-being related to supplementation and detoxification and all these things. The assembly of experts that's in there is unprecedented. The bonuses that we have are extraordinary. One of the things that I do incidentally with the MP3, with the audios, is when I'm working out, I play those audios in the background so that I can, I hate to say multitask, but while I'm exercising, I'm getting good content, good information into my mind, and I'm becoming more and more of an expert. And it's what you need, especially if you are head of a household and responsible for the health of your family. It's really incumbent upon you to know this stuff. So we have it steeply discounted. It's really affordable to anybody. It's 71% off of the normal price. And I just want to encourage you to dig in there, get that. You won't regret it. You'll receive that package. You're going to see the bonuses. The bonuses are worth more than what you're paying for the package for everything. So we want to encourage you to go ahead and get that. And now, because he's come across the set, he's sitting in the chair, we have Warren Phillips. Warren, how are you?
I'm doing great.
It's so great to see you. Thanks for showing up. I know that you had to fight a little traffic, I think, to get
There was
here.
a little accident on Parlays County.
I heard coming up the canyon, it was a little bit tough. So first of all, thank you for your contributions to Supplements Revealed. I mean, we really got a lot of great comments back. But if we can, to remind people in maybe the consolidated form, share your story a little bit. How did you get into doing the work you're doing?
Yeah, it's the quick version is I got my master's degree in toxicology and chemistry through the geology department up in U of M, just 8 hours north of here. And in that process, the logical next step was to get into, what camera are we on?
You're on
3.
this one. Yeah.
So the logical next step, we are live, right?
Yeah, we're
so,
live.
Yeah, we can laugh, we can have a good time, we can say hi. Hi, everyone. Honored to be here. And
I can photobomb.
Yeah, you can photobomb. People can, so I got into this environmental hazardous waste cleanup. Environmental liberal arts education. I mean, I wanted to clean up the world. We had the mantra down: reduce, recycle, reuse, clean up the environment. It was a great season, and I started cleaning up the environment. But in that process, I got exposed to a lot of toxic heavy metals, cleaning up abandoned mines, the U.S. Forest Service, the EPA, you name it. We were involved in these government cleanups, and hazardous waste, and all of that led me to lots of symptoms that were unexplainable, right? And in that process, one of the challenges was definitely finding the cause, right? Because when you go to the traditional medical model, and it's great, especially in emergencies, they really don't know how to handle someone like that. And so they were just throwing meds at me, 10 different doctors, 50 different doctor visits. Nobody knew what was wrong with me. I laugh about it now, but it's scary for those who don't know that, because I think a lot of people who'd be sitting in this chair, if I didn't get the information like on Supplement Revealed, again, I had to do it the hard way 15 years ago before anything like this existed. We went through a process, and in that process we discovered that my cells were loaded up with these heavy metals, and those heavy metals really affect your cellular function, your mitochondria, which is energy that allows you to breathe and move and be who you are as an individual. So when those things go awry and that inflammation happens, your life goes away, and my life went away with all those weight gain, pain, all kinds of different challenges that go with your health, that many of brain fog, not being able to laugh, honestly, not be able to do the things that someone normally would do.
Let me ask you this. And we talk about heavy metals, especially, is one of the things that I think you were challenged with. How many people right now are walking around with some heavy metal toxicity who are having symptoms that they're chronic in nature, and they just don't actually know that they have a heavy metal toxicity? Do you think that's a lot of people, not a lot of people?
Well, I think everyone at some level is, I don't know what camera I'm, but everyone at some level has a level of heavy metal toxicity. Now, there is the genetic predisposition. So when I cleaned up hazardous waste for a living, and there's these old smelters, copper mines and things like that, one guy would go in and die immediately cleaning out this flume that smelted lead, and the next guy would live to be 90. So there is a genetic predisposition to those that can detox heavy metals and those that can't.
And I was going to say, I just want to clarify, the genetic predisposition is how well your body can detoxify from these varying like metals like mercury or lead or what have you.
Yeah, correct, and depends on your where you're at and your health as well. But everyone has heavy metals today. I mean, there's just a new article on the tire rubber. You never think about your tires, right? They go from really thick to really small. Where does that dust go?
Yeah.
Up to 9 miles in the air, and it's loaded with lead and cadmium.
Wow.
So that we're breathing that. Everybody is the mercury amalgam fillings, you name it. Fukushima, uranium, it's everywhere, right? So there's really no avoiding heavy metals. There really isn't. So we all have a level of heavy metal toxicity. But if your bucket's full enough where symptoms are kind of overflowing into your life, think of your cells as a bucket, and halfway, a quarter way full, your body's kind of keeping up with it. But if it kind of overflows a bit, symptoms happen. And for heavy metals, one of the ones that really you got to look at is the tinnitus, the ringing in the ear. That's a really strong connection. Hyperthyroidism, right, can be really linked to mercury, because mercury can replace certain receptor sites on the thyroid. So that's another one. It can throw you into autoimmune. Another big symptom is abnormal shyness. You just, for some reason, you can't look people in the eye anymore. So there's a hormone shift that's happening at the hypothalamus, pituitary, up at the brain chemistry level. Other symptoms, you can get chronic pain, chronic inflammation. It hurts here, it hurts there. You didn't have pain before, and all of a sudden it shows up. So there's a series of symptoms that are linked to heavy metals, but there's also a ghost, if you will, because there's all kinds of overlap. You have the weight gain, right? Brain fog, that can be many different things.
Right.
And just some of the common symptoms that many of us are challenged with on a daily basis.
You work with Dr. Dan Pompa in Total Cellular Detox, and I know that you literally have brought awareness around the world on this issue of detoxing the cell and how important that is. How difficult is it to detox from these heavy metals?
That's a great question, and it's often overlooked. And True Cellular Detox, Total, maybe I should name it that, because it gets that name often. True Cellular Detox, is a program we pioneered because what we realized in being two individuals who really got sick from heavy metals and toxins, we realized, and we have doctor network all over the nation. We've been doing this for 15 years, educating, and one of the groups where I met you was 15 years ago. It was like 2006.
Wow, it's been that long.
It's been that long. So that's 14 years ago. we were educating doctors about detoxification because they thought, it's just the thing, it's the quick fix. It's not a quick fix. And if you did something that was a quick fix and removed all the heavy metals from your body, it would really make you sick and cause a lot of damage.
Talk about that. Why? So, because that's probably a disposition is if somebody found out that they have toxicity, right? They've got this.
It's
really
almost like you
bad-
have a parasite. You want to kill it.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, get it out of me as quickly as possible. But if you do unleash all these toxins at once, it would make you very sick. So talk about that. Why would that be?
Well, anytime the toxins, when they're attached to the cell sitting there, they're causing inflammation. So if you would go around with a snowblower, or not a snowblower, I guess, a leaf blower into your body and not doing it correctly, you start stirring up these toxins, they redistribute and they'll be reattaching to places they shouldn't, causing that inflammation, causing the brain fog, causing cellular damage, causing more mitochondria or your little engines of your body, more deficiencies, which creates a downward spiral in your health. You want to remove things slowly, effectively, support your body's natural detoxification ability. Get it going, but also use strong binders like we recommend, real binders, that go in and permanently neutralize those toxins and slowly start removing them so that your body starts catching up and the lights start slowly turning back on versus trying to turn them on really, really fast, and it hurts you, like hurts your eyes. It's so bright. These are bright LEDs. We can't stand that, and it's going to affect your body in a really negative way. So it is low and slow. It does take time, and you have to be patient. But the neat thing is, that's why we developed the True Cellular Detox program, is over 90 days, we can start turning that light back on. And then we got you. Then we got you believing in your health again, because a lot of folks, don't believe they could get healthier than they are. They feel like they're kind of stuck, or I'm not going to lose that weight. I could never do that. The toxins, as they cause inflammation at the cellular membrane, it affects hormones like leptin, ghrelin, which makes you hungry. So these leptin is the hormone that tells your body to burn fat for energy. So these things, once your hormones turn back on and start doing what they're supposed to do, the happy hormones happen, the dopamine, the serotonin. So toxins have a huge effect on these things.
You anticipated my next question, and Justin, if we have any questions or comments for Warren, just chime in, and we'll it's not just about me; it's about the audience also. What questions they might have. But you said 90 days, because that was really the question. If someone is okay, they're struggling, how long is it? And I know everybody's going to be different, but what's kind of like minimally should somebody within 90 days start to notice that they're experiencing their health and their energy, et cetera, differently? And you talked about brain fog. So what do you mean by brain fog?
Well, brain fog is, you're in a conversation like this, and if I wasn't feeling well, I'd be like, I totally forgot what I was going to say all the time, and you're frustrated, right? It's just a frustration. You're trying to speak and the words aren't coming out. And it's very frustrating. It's like one of the most challenging symptoms, especially if you're trying to communicate with your children or a friend having coffee and you're just stuttering and you just can't get there and you're forgetful. And it's like it hurts. Dr. Pompa always uses this. It's like you have a wet paper bag over your head and you just can't get anything out. It's really, really difficult. And it's one of the biggest challenges that folks have in this world. And it's lack of oxygen to the brain, those sorts of things. And it's just very frustrating. And I know it's a very common symptom.
And then, so within 90 days, you say the light starts to come back on. So for most people, if they're following at least the protocol that you guys do with True Cellular Detox, within 90 days, they should start to say, I'm experiencing some shift. Because I know sometimes detoxification, I talk to some people, it could be years of still they're in the detox protocol. So speak to maybe the ranges, 90 days up to however long. And also, do you cycle? Because we had earlier a question about cycling. You're cycling in and out. Can you talk about cycling also?
Yeah, so two things there. I mean, you have the really, really sick and sensitive. You need to find a functional medicine practitioner, many of which are, connected to Supplements Revealed. And, if you're really sick, it's going to take years. It literally took me 5 years. Now, with the new technology, like the Cyto Detox product, maybe I can give some of that away with one of your programs too.
We'll do it right now.
Yeah, so we can do that, because I want to do that.
Finish this thought and let's give some away. That's great.
So the 90 days, for someone who's just experienced a little bit of brain fog, not sleeping well like they used to, they're gaining some extra weight, an individual like that is going to notice, man, I'm sleeping better, after 90 days. They're going to notice, wow, I'm losing weight. I've lost 10 pounds and I really haven't done anything else. But your hormones are starting to do what they're supposed to do. You're hormonal. You all are. It's magic when when your body's able to do what it's designed to do, what God created it to do. We had, seems like a God guy on the front end of this, but the universe created you in such a way to work. You're not broken, right? So when you start removing the things that kind of are the interference in your signaling of your brain and your hormones talking to each other, magic can happen, and it does. So, but the really sick, like me, you're looking at like 90 days not really sick. I'm sorry, you're looking beyond 90 days.
Yeah.
You're looking at 2, possibly 3 years, and you're going to have to find a practitioner, an IAOMT certified amalgam removal doctor if you have mercury amalgams. You can't be doing
Those are called biological dentists.
biological dentists. You cannot be detoxing hard while you have a source really in your body that's really, really bad. I mean, it's nothing to mess with.
So anyway, one of your products that is also in my household, I keep talking about, I'm slowly answering the question, what do we utilize, what do we take? One of the products is the CytoDetox that you guys have, and other products that you actually have, but Bind, et cetera, this detox process that you do. So what can we give away?
Yeah, we'll do the same. We'll match the last guide, or even do more.
Creating a friendly competition.
Yeah, we'll do 30.
All right.
And they taught me how to hold it. So you got to hold it very gently. So
I think at that camera, right?
Yeah,
Or
well-
which camera you want them, guys?
well, let's talk about it first.
All right, let's talk about it
it.
first. So no worries. So okay,
here it is.
it's here. So let's talk. This is kind of getting interesting. There's CytoDetox. I feel like somehow we morphed into like QVC or something.
Yeah, it feels like QVC. It really does, but it's not supposed to be. But.
Yeah, give me camera one for a second. So just so I could be really transparent up front. This is not scripted at all. If you look around me, there are no papers, no scripts. We basically knew that we had 4 hours of live broadcast. We said we're going to have guests. I had the thought or the idea that, hey, people are tuning in. Let's reward them. Let's add some bonuses and so on. Next thing you know, we're like holding up little products in our hands and putting the camera. So please understand, this is not like, we did not expect to become QVC here, but we do want to just reward you for being here, and we're having some fun. That's really what it amounts to. So I had to say that as we're doing this, because neither you or I are, QVC, hold up our little product.
This isn't a product push at all, because it's not going to translate into that
It's
either.
just fun. It's fun being with people live. We obviously have a bunch of them because the comments and the questions and so on are flying in, But CytoDetox, can you talk about what CytoDetox is? And I guess starting now, timestamp it for 11:50, Justin, Mountain Time. So for next 30, because you have to do 30 and 30 then, because we have to give away 30, so it's 60. All right, so next 30 that order a gold package, we'll get them CytoDetox as an additional bonus. And we're going to pick 30 people randomly who already are own Supplements Revealed, and we'll make sure that 30 other people are getting it too, just to try to keep everything balanced. So talk about what CytoDetox is.
CytoDetox is a lot of fun for us. We really wanted to do something that was safe, simple, and effective, because so many folks are loaded with toxins, right? And some of the heavy metal chelators that are out there. I think we're in the wide shot because I'm not very good at this yet, but I'm getting there because that goes live, that we're live.
You can see yourself over in that
So
monitor.
the heavy metal chelators, one you have to go to a functional medicine doctor to get with a prescription. We used to be able to get some of these supplements, probably 7-8 years ago, we could get dicaptomycinic acid, which is a different type of a molecule than the zeolite, clinoptolite molecule that we have. It's a double thiol group, and it does bind really well. They developed this in a lab during World War II because of all the lead and shrapnel and lead exposure. People getting there's acute and chronic lead poisoning. They were getting acute, where they're getting like massive symptoms, hallucinations, blood levels of lead really high. But we're talking about is chronic exposure, toxins that are just loaded up in your cells, your tissues, your organs, your brain, causing intermittent and constant inflammation and symptoms and cellular effect. You can call it cellular destruction because sometimes the cells get so bad they just literally die. So we wanted to develop something that was safe, simple, and effective. So we looked at the zeolite molecule, which is a very simple way of exchanging toxins. It uses what's called ion exchange. So if you think of a zeolite, it's part of the clay family, aluminum silicate family. So there's clays have the same ion exchange capacity, but it's not very strong. So for those of you taking supplements out there, if you're taking bentonite or montmorillonite or some clay supplement for detox, make sure you ask the company, how much lead's in that? Have you run a lead panel? Is it exceed the levels for, say, California?
It's kind of ironic, isn't it, that you know, you're sitting here trying to detox, and one of the products that you're trying to detox with has lead in it?
Yeah,
I mean, does that defeat the whole purpose?
Well, that's where the chemistry background comes in, because I know that's weakly bound. It's a weakly bound surface ion exchange, and it might be a sodium there, and inside the structure it can exchange out the lead, but your stomach has acid in it. It can knock that off. But most clays are contaminated, but we think, oh, clays have ion exchange, so let's just use it. Someone doesn't know the science or the chemistry behind illite, montmorillonite, kaolinite, all the different types of ites out there, not just in the Bible. There's a lot of ites in the Bible. I remember you saying that from Christ Revealed.
Yeah.
So,
hey, so let's not, like, because at this point people might say, oh, we're way over their head.
okay,
as we're
got
starting
it.
to get
That's
so,
why you're here.
That's why I'm
Keep
here.
me in
It's
line.
like, yeah, you smart nerdy guys, you know, you got to be reined in once in a while so that us common folk can follow you. So
This is different.
so what's that?
So this is a molecule. This is zeolite, and what zeolites have, they have a bunch of aluminum silicas here, and inside there's these oxygen with negative charges, right? What we went in and did, and we measured all these zeolites, which are also contaminated with lead, uranium, arsenic. What we did is completely clean out every single one of these cages that have these heavy metals in there. So we use really strong systems to knock these out. So these cages are now open and ready to receive toxins through that same mechanism as ion exchange in the clays. However, with these 4 oxygens that have these negative charges in the cage-like structure, once they travel into this, there's little tubules essentially, there's all these little cages. Once they travel into it, it's a permanent bond, and these toxins don't come out. So you get them out with lots of really, really heavy, we use acids and different methods to get them out, but once they're out, they're out. And we broke these molecules down from really big cages that can hold multiple, that would stay in your gut, to smaller cages which can stay in your bloodstream, to little teeny tiny cages they can get it through and cross into the cell membrane. You can tell I have kids, teeny tiny, I can't help it. So these cages now,
They're cute kids,
yeah,
actually,
they're very fun. I'm missing them right now. So then they can permanently bind these toxins that are wreaking havoc, and we put it at a level that it's not going to push your body, and it's permanently binding it, so it's not taxing your liver and your kidneys. We're not driving glutathione. We're not driving your liver to detox. We're not dumping your gut and your colon and your ileocecal valve and doing all these heavy detoxes. Just these guys are traveling around. They're looking for bad guys, and how they're designed is to look for bad guys. And it works really well, and it's a low and slow process that someone who can't afford to do, go to a functional medicine doctor or do those things, we can just start them in the process, because as you get healthy, things just kind of transform in your life. I mean, that's with me. Like, I remember going through a personal development program with you, and even after being healthy, I looked at what's holding me back. What's holding me back the most for being the best father, being an entrepreneur and creating world change in the world, being healthy and able to travel and go and do and see more in life and experience life. Even then, health was the number one thing holding me back. And I can promise you, when I wrote that in there, I just revisited that health section. My life has absolutely transformed. I hit all my goals, and it was mainly from detoxification for me. And I believe that all of us have a heavy level of detoxification. Even if you feel that you're healthy, the lights are still dim. The energy can be turned back on.
So, because it's so gradual as the toxicity is building, it's not like it's suddenly you wake up one day and say what happened. It's like little by little by little.
It's a slow light dimming.
Yeah.
Took you 45 years, 50 years. I don't even know how old you are.
You don't know how old I am?
No, 50 something.
Well, see, that's a we should take a lottery. So you know what? We could start. Whoever can, if they might have seen it in the series, but if you can guess my age, we'll give them a cyto detox too. So you'd be looking on the thread. See the first one to get it right. Okay.
And you guess my age too. We'll give another one. Right? Let's see where I'm at. Let's see then we'll compare, and then bottle of wine, who won the gap.
Okay, all right.
There we go. Even though I'm not drinking right now, so at all.
You're detoxing.
But still.
So real quick, as our time is running short here, on Cytodetox.
Right.
So some people just are going to, they're going to win it. So what's the protocol? How do you use it? Just real quick.
The safest and simplest method to do it is you succuss it, which adds energy and makes sure there's even distribution. We liposome this stuff. You can read about it. We created little, like the pharmaceutical companies, we liposomed it so it can cross into cellular membrane. We put some really clean fulvic acid, which adds some minerals back in. This won't demineralize you.
Where can they find a Revelation?
Yeah, revelationhealth.com.
Okay, revelationhealth.com. You can find more. But so is it? You use it for how long at a time, and how much a day?
I would, simply a dropper when you wake up in the morning. Keep it like 15, 20 minutes away from food. Let it absorb through the liposomes into your bloodstream, into your body, and have it get into your gut. And then right before bed, and see how that works. If most people don't experience any symptoms, but if you do, usually I would just drop the half dose, and you can have symptoms from everything, right? You didn't sleep well, you get a headache. So there's always that. Was it the Cytodetox that caused it? Because you're always thinking of things. Well, I don't feel well today, but usually none of that really happens with it. It's kind of psychosomatic at times because you're detoxing, and then you make the link.
Yep.
But if you are, still still back down just to make sure. Great. You always want to be cautious when you're doing anything or ingesting anything. What I always do is half dose it and then take it 3 times a day.
Okay.
The half-life in it, we've done some experiments and read some research as well. It stays about 4 hours. That's half-life before it's kind of passed through your body.
Awesome.
So it's simple. And then you can go straight 30 days. You can do 7 days on, 4 days off. You can do 7 days on, 7 days off. Just listen to your body. It's a real safe, simple product. We didn't make it to make it complicated. Now, True Cellular Detox, on the other hand, we're driving detox more aggressively. We're preparing the body. We're not even detoxing yet. We're just getting the liver.
Multiple phases and so on.
There's multiple. The body phase, brain, prep phase, body phase, and brain phase.
Yep.
Yeah.
So let me do this real quick. Is there a burning question that somebody has? Good.
Speaking of different models of detoxification, a common question since you've joined us on stage has been, can you talk about Cytodetox and if it works for mold detox, or is this mainly for heavy metals?
There is some research that indicates it can bind mycotoxins. Mycotoxins do have a positive charge, and this is a negative molecule. So I would say yes. There's a lot of people who use it for this. Now, have I gone in and did it in the lab and shown a mycotoxin to bind in here? I have not. But there is literature that indicates that this can bind mycotoxins at the cellular level in the body.
And mold exposure is a big deal right now.
Mold exposure is a huge deal.
It's a huge deal for a lot of
I
people.
was definitely mold sick as well.
Yeah, and a lot of people who I've known have been on searches for trying to recover their health for long periods of time. It turned out that mold was one of the fundamental culprits in the equation.
I can give them a good tip that I have research on.
Give me a quick, go ahead.
A product that we do use called Bind. We used to give that back in the day, back in that same group. We would actually run tests where we would give the Bind product instead of cholestyramine, which was Dr. Richie Shoemaker's work. He's an MD, pioneered mold toxicity. If you know mold toxicity, you know Dr. Richie. He's one of the pioneers in it.
Awesome.
So we start running inside of our clinic. Can we lower your complement immune system, a C4A, which is a complement immune system in your body that he uses as a marker. And we were able to see that using this special type of carbon that's inside the Bind product, which is also on revelationhealth.com.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. So, Warren, it's been great for you to stop by. Thanks for taking your time. We have another guest on the line getting ready here. So just something that, let me just say this. Everybody, as you can see so far, that we've had as guests for this live broadcast for Supplements Revealed, like the people we featured in our series, they have a special expertise, they have a context, and they're all very purpose-driven people that has driven them not only to say that I've identified a problem, but they also are entrepreneurs who are bringing solutions to those particular problems to the market. What I want you to understand, and I wrestled with this a little bit, I have to tell you, that, hey, we had like just Warren come on, or Dr. Ed Group, who's here, just before Warren, that we were having conversations with. one of the things I have a concern about is saying none of them said, hey, can I come in, can I talk about my products? I promise you they didn't ask to do that. They came just because I asked them to come and deliver to our audience. The thing I wrestle with is now somebody has a special area of expertise, they've identified the problem and then leave it there without a particular solution. Like Warren could have spoken the entire time just about the hazards of toxicity, heavy metal toxicity, mycotoxin toxicity, et cetera, his own personal experience, and he would have been thrilled to share that experience with you, give you some generic thoughts around it, and then leave. But then I know what's going to happen next is people are going to be saying, okay, well, what do I do? Well, what's the solution? I'm identifying with what they're saying. So we made the decision to basically say that, and listen, if you go to Revelation Health and buy Cyto Detox, I'm not getting a penny. We don't have any, as you can tell, we're just saying go to the website and get it. So, but I wanted to have for you solutions to the problems that we're identifying, and I believe in these solutions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be putting them in front of you. So it's a tough thing to try to say that. I don't want to be here and saying, hey, we're pitching all these different products, and that's why we're here. It's not why we're here. But at the same time, as I believe that our job in Supplements Revealed was to find the best experts in the world in the areas of expertise for which we interviewed them, and to share that with you. And by getting their expertise and understanding and framing up the problem, we also have to somehow make you aware of the solution. So I just need to say that explicitly, because as you're watching this and you're here live, it's not like a product parade. It's a parade of information, context, and understanding, and then you can learn about some products. And quite frankly, it's the stuff that I have in my house. It's the stuff that that we're most passionate about, which is a part of the reason why we're sharing it. So Warren, thank you so much for coming by.
The honor was mine.
This has been really awesome, and
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I
having
got
fun?
dopamine spike just talking to you. It's
great.
laughing. Yeah.
It's really great being here. Like I said, so much of our work is pre-recorded and then put out there. It's like, oh, we get to actually have a live conversation. So this is terrific. So
my
thank
honor.
you so much. And let me ask,
I'll zip off stage.
do we have? Yeah, you can do it. Thanks. Do we have? Yeah, you know what? Can we cut to the Park City Resort picture real quick? I want you to get. This is a live shot of where I could be right now skiing. It's only about 10 or 15 minutes from my house. We have great snow this year in Park City, so it's really blessed with great snowfall. You can see you're looking at people actually on the mountain, real time skiing. So this is where, and maybe it's where I'm going to head after we're done. But at least I get to share with you what I get to look at every single day of my life. Out here in Park City, and we have John on? Okay, so that's a live shot from the roof of the building that we're in, where we're having this broadcast. I'm going to put headphones on, and we have John Hewlett on next. Oh, you know what? Bring me that, you see that drink right there? Thank you, Justin. We'll bring this in. So let me put on my headphones. Okay. And does John hear me? Is he there?
I hear you.
Look at this guy coming in from Maui. Wow.
Lucky me, huh?
Well, what's interesting is you're the first person that I called. I said, hey, you're local. You want to come in the studio? You're like, because you just saw the snow and the mountains. So John said, no, I'm going to be in Hawaii while you're doing this. So I said, well, can you come in via Skype from Hawaii? And you said, absolutely. So another guy that I have to say thank you, John, for, you're on vacation right now in Maui. And what are you doing? But you're online with us right now, sharing your wisdom and information. So for number one, thank you for sitting for us for Supplements Revealed. Extraordinary feedback from your segment. And it's one of those things that this stuff right here is Cardio Miracle. And I'm not here to pitch his product. I'm here, literally, this is what's giving me the energy to do the 4-hour live broadcast that I need to do. But after sitting and listening to you and hearing your passion and what you created, every day for me, every day for my wife, and for my 84-year-old mother right now doing Cardio Miracle every day. So let's talk about, because you're not an academic. You don't have an academic background that got you into this. This is more personal experience and passion that drove you to doing the work you're doing today. And I know people saw you for the most part in Supplements Revealed, but why don't we give just maybe a 2-minute overview of how you're doing what you're doing?
I'm going to do that, but guess what? It's now raining on me. I thought I had it made out here. But
that's karma.
I'll show you the scene. I don't know if you can see it.
Gorgeous. Are you on Wailea Beach? Where are you?
Actually, we're up above Lahaina, above the golf course. So
Oh, nice.
I better go inside here. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry for the interruption.
No
But
worries. Hey, this
yeah.
is live TV. This is what it's all about.
But we're here actually. It's actually a pretty momentous. We're here with my wife's mother's birthday. She's 88 years old today, leap
Wow.
year,
Wow.
and I think she's alive today because of Cardio Miracle the last 6 years. She's had an extraordinary circumstance with her COPD, her impaired breathing. She was on supplemental oxygen for when I came into this family six years ago, and here she is. Been on the first major airline trip with the family, walking around, having a great time, and it's really, really fulfilling.
So, John,
Really-
tell us about how you got even started in this realm. What got you thinking about the nitric oxide and its importance?
Well, what happened with me, Patrick, is being a kind of a workaholic, and I'd been in the financial business for 30 some odd years, and I knew I had some issues, but I really actually didn't want to address them. I was kind of in denial, and so I had shortness of breath, a radiating arm when I would exert myself walking stairs and things like that. I had some tightening in the chest. In fact, a friend of mine who's a great holistic practitioner later said, after diagnosing my blood, that he felt that I'd actually had a heart attack back in 2004 when I went through a serious business reversal in my 50s. And so I went in for a routine appendectomy, and the routine appendectomy, they were dealing with a little bit of visceral fat, more than I wish that I still had. I do have. And they clipped a vein when they did the appendectomy. And they didn't know that. They sent me home, and I almost bled to death and came back to the emergency room. And after a multitude of medical challenges and mistakes, actually, I almost died twice. And they prescribed me the wrong medication that, fortunately, had I not, asked them what in the world they were giving me, it would have killed me. And so I, from that experience, I was in such bad shape. And then they wanted me to come back and do a quadruple bypass. And I said, literally, over my live body, would I be doing that? And that led me to research, and I found the science of nitric oxide, having won the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology in 1998. And I was stunned to realize that there was actually a natural means by which cardiovascular disease could be impacted so much for the better. And that led me to drop my multi-million-dollar insurance and financial career and become a missionary, a zealot, an advocate for nitric oxide therapy. And so for the last 12 years, I've been working on nitric oxide and its impact, working with doctors, formulators, scientists, people far smarter than me. I mean, last week I was with Dr. Ed Group down in Houston. Wow, what a guy. I mean, seriously, one of the most brilliant, nicest men I've ever met. And so from my research, I determined, after a few years helping a really good direct sales multi-level company spread nitric oxide, I thought, there's a place for a better product. And I couldn't quite get their attention to do what I felt needed to be done. And plus, I thought, going in directly to e-commerce, I could provide a Mercedes Lamborghini type of product for a fair price. And so I decided to take all the things that I'd learned over those 12 years and put it in my opinion, the best nitric oxide sustained delivery in the world. So that's what led me to this place. And fortunately, we've had a blast this last week. I've gotten emails and texts, and I've talked to customers and viewers from Supplements Revealed, and what a great first-class group of people. And I just can't say enough about how outstanding this docuseries is, and the caliber of people, and how hungry they are for hope and solutions, which is what I believe that you and my friend Jeff have provided. And kudos to you guys. And anyone who doesn't want this information archived as a part of their knowledge library in health is making a serious mistake. I mean, you're talking peanuts for something as important as your life and health that's contained in these 9 segments. And it was really my honor to be a part of it and help bring out my unique experience with nitric oxide, which I think is quite compelling because of 12 years of being an advocate for myself and loved ones. But then I've had the privilege of meeting with the best and the brightest and the smartest in the world and being able to learn from them. And so I'm merely just a sponge learning, and we've already improved the product 4 times in 6 years. We'll continue to do in Mars. But, you know, the main thing is any nitric oxide in any kind of reasonable dosing is better than no nitric oxide stimulated. So, you know, there's a lot of options, but it's important to become educated on the benefits.
So a couple questions. And John, if I could ask you, you might be able, I don't know if you can rotate a little so there's not a window behind you, it'd be easier to see you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, like if that wall, the other way was actually better, or either way, but yeah, just so there's not, yeah, that's actually pretty good. We got light on your face now.
There we go.
You kind of looked like you're in the witness protection program. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that.
Well, there's probably some who'd probably think I should be.
So, what are some of the food-based sources of nitric oxide that you can cite for people saying, "Hey, I'd like to try to get this through some of my dietary habits also"?
The most popular, Patrick, that has really hit strongly the last couple of years is beets. And you know, most of us when we grew up, eating our spinach and our beets was more of a punishment than a luxury. But you know, now of course at a salad bar or at a restaurant or something, a nice beet salad is wonderful. But beets is a great source of what they call the nitrate pathway, which is a secondary nitric oxide stimulated pathway. And along with kale, spinach, arugula, and even there's some superfruits that do some stimulation of the nitric oxide through that sublingual pathway. So that's from a food standpoint. And then, of course, you can get it from amino acids from different types of protein. And so the arginine and citrulline and carnitine and ornithine and taurine, those types of things come from eating different types of flesh, which, of course, our friend Dr. Group wouldn't necessarily ascribe to. But from the food sources, the best are the beets and the leafy greens, the dark green spinach, kale, arugula, etc.
So, you know, as you said, for research in nitric oxide, there's been a Nobel Prize awarded. Do you think that there's, and I'm asking you to speculate now, we know that there's the published stuff, and actually I just recently saw some publications actually from Cardio Miracle that went through peer review, which is congratulations on that. I think it's always important to get validated science as a part of what you're doing. So, and I know that's no small task, and it's a lot of investment, time, and energy. But do you have any speculation? So I'm not asking for factual science. Point to this randomized controlled clinical trial from a prestigious university published in a PubMed article, blah blah blah. Which I'm familiar with that world. I've published in peer-reviewed index journals myself. So I get all that stuff. But do you speculate about other benefits that you think might be a part of nitric oxide that are not popularized yet?
Oh, Patrick, it's really staggering. I mean, the science emerging is staggering. And the part that is actually, I'll be pretty transparent here. It's very frustrating to me. Nitric oxide has over 150,000 clinical research published papers on its benefit. And almost without exception, it ends up with this final conclusion saying, yes, nitric oxide is depleted in this immune situation or in this disease or this illness or this problem, but further work needs to be considered. And I'm like, what do you need to consider? There is a greater body of work on nitric oxide's systemic, overwhelming, significant benefit to the body than anything else I've ever seen. It's incredible. And yet, I see these articles talking about, well, we really think that there might be some benefit in the future for sickle cell anemia. Well, if you have sickle cell anemia, you don't want to wait 20 more years for them, the scientists, to figure it out, because it takes 20 years to get from the lab to the patient. And yet it's just so ironic, because almost every study comes up with this tagline at the end. Well, the pharmaceutical companies are working really hard to come up with an answer. Well, guess what? The answer's been here for 12, 15 years. It's called supplements, supplementing arginine, carnitine, astragalus root, Panax ginseng. All of these things stimulate the body to make life-altering, life-saving, inflammation-fighting, bacteria-dispersing nitric oxide. And it just is so frustrating to me. And yet it's like, who am I? I mean, I was on the airplane yesterday, getting off the airplane, and I get a phone call from Professor Tadeusz Malinsky. Now, Tadeusz Malinsky has written over 400 published articles. He is probably the Albert Einstein of biochemistry of our era. And he's 70 some odd years old. He's the distinguished professor from Poland. He's at the University of Ohio. He's the one that I met after he did his breakthrough article on vitamin D3 a couple of years ago, was published on the impact of D3 on cardiovascular disease. I mean, he's the preeminent expert. He's calling John Hewlett on the phone and talking to me, because I was talking to him about the coronavirus. And I said, you know, Professor, correct me if I'm wrong, but tell me, is the bacteria and the pulmonary issues that you get from this virus, along with the other viruses that have been out there, SARS and MERS and the other, you know, pandemic types of projected things. I said, is my theory right that nitric oxide will knock this stuff out? It will help with this? And he speaks in broken English. You know, I mean, he's a genius. He speaks about 7 languages. And he goes, I agree with your theories, John. He says, I believe that you're right. Vitamin D3, nitric oxide stimulated over a long period of time. He said, now, if somebody has the virus, they would probably need to reinforce with additional arginine. And yet, see, he's not a nutritionist. He's a biochemist, and he understands at the systemic cellular level. But he said, it's exactly what I would do. And he told me that on the phone yesterday. And so it's been so interesting to me. And I'm thinking, why am I running around telling people about this when this should be common knowledge? And so I am so grateful to be a part of a great documentary series like you've produced, because I want the whole world to know, whether they want to buy Cardio Miracle or buy something off the internet that you know is kind of a generic, inexpensive type of situation. So be it. Any good stimulation of nitric oxide is better than none. But my belief is that one thing you don't want to really compromise on is the inflammation at the systemic level in your body, the inflammation of your arteries and your lymphatic system and your neurological system. And so I see the future literally through systems and ways like what you great men have done, is educating the world that there's hope, first and foremost, but second, that with 2 doses a day of a drink that tastes like, you know, a fruit juice or a fruit punch, can have a dramatic impact on prevention of abnormal cell replication. What's that? Cancer. Everything. And I was reading another study last night on the plane, and I saw it said the problem here is, in fact, it was related to the coronavirus, is the oxygen gets depleted in the blood. Oh, really? So then it says that the enzymes seep in the pulmonary system of the sacs in the lungs. Well, why do you think enzymes seep out of the system in the liver or the kidneys? Because the capillaries have been compromised. How are they compromised? By endothelial dysfunction. When you have a poor functioning endothelial cells throughout your system, which is your protective barrier that stimulates the nitric oxide, then you're not going to have the balance of oxygen and carbon dioxide. It's just common sense. You don't have to be a biochemist to figure this stuff out. You need to stimulate 24-hour nitric oxide as you get older in life, therapeutically dose your vitamin D3 delivered with nitric oxide, and then deliver your selenium and your vitamin C and your astaxanthin and your turmeric, all the things that I've felt over the years are becoming essential. And you can help prevent and manage the symptoms of chronic illness if you're already compromised.
So one of the things that occurs to me, and incidentally, I want to do some shout outs for some people who are tuning in, some comments that are coming. A lot of people are asking, how to get Cardio Miracle. First of all, John has graciously added as a bonus to the gold package Cardio Miracle, so you'll get it with the package when you order it. Secondly, we're going to do a giveaway, I think, a little while. Everybody else has been doing it, so maybe we'll jump on the bandwagon, and for some people who order Supplements Revealed, we'll get you some. And then be on the lookout. We're going to be sending you out some offers to also get Cardio Miracle coming up here in the next few weeks. So all kinds of ways, but I think the best way to get it right now is first get your gold package, get your starter. You'll have a good amount of Cardio Miracle to start with, and then you'll have opportunities for special packages that we're putting together for the Supplements Revealed audience. But Justin's got some stuff that's come up. So what was it? There's a comment I saw you start. Justin's got his laptop on. Can we cut to him? He's got his laptop on his lap, and he's like scouring, looking at the comments, the questions, the feedback, etc. And all of a sudden I'm looking while John's talking, and I look over at Justin. I see him chuckling. What was the comment that got you laughing?
So this is from Deborah. She's asking, just curious, is this a Nike sponsored event? And
that's really great branding, isn't it? It's like I was like, I'm so used to seeing the Nike swoosh, like I didn't think, oh, you're gonna be on live TV and you got the Nike swoosh on. Yep. These guys know what they're doing. That is pretty funny. So they answer the question, no, we are not a Nike sponsored event. I wish this was a Nike sponsored event. Maybe next time I'll send them some samples of the broadcast to see if they want to sponsor us. That would help offset a lot of our production costs. That'd be great.
That's for sure.
So shout outs. Who else is checking in?
So we've got Cheryl from Illinois checking in. We've got some people from far away lands. We've got Dorthine from Dubai. We've got we got a ton of UK followers, so thank you for everyone for following us from the UK. We've got Nicholas from Northwalk, Connecticut. We've got, where did they all go? There, I was just in front of them. Yeah, just scrolling. Keep your comments coming in. We've got Florida checking in. We've got Carla from Minnesota. Thank you for coming in. How much snow do you have compared to us in Park City?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. It's so cold there. Really, I don't care how much snow they have. That is probably the coldest place I've ever been in my life. Has been Minneapolis. We've
got Mary from Phoenix. We've got Kurt from Kent, Washington. Thanks, guys. We've got Kay from Florida. So Patrick, we've got people from all over the place. Nebraska, Ontario. Awesome. Thanks, Ina, for checking in from Ontario, Canada. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody, for checking in. And let's get back to John for a minute, because I know he's still there in beautiful Hawaii. So one of the things that occurs to me as you're talking about this, because in my mind there's really two broad categories, and then there could be some underneath this, but there's nutrition and supplementation as a generalized lifestyle for support, and then there's therapeutic nutrition, where people have particular concerns that they want to solve, their health concerns, and rather than them being, how can I put it, going to the medical route and going through pharmaceuticals or surgery, that kind of stuff, they're looking for more natural means to try to solve these problems therapeutically. And many times, these two things can cross, because what is good for general support is also good maybe for people who are having particular struggles. But in my mind, with nitric oxide and the formulation that you put together with Cardio Miracle, I feel like and in my own application of it, quite frankly, it's really a great generalized health protocol Certainly, people who have problems, especially from inflammatory disease, et cetera, or generalized inflammation in their body, all the things that you described, will benefit. But to me, this is like one of those sort of like, hey, this is a generalized wellness support protocol that I do benefit from greatly. So just comment on my statement and tell me if you agree with that.
Good. No, great comment. It's exactly right. One of the things is there's what I would call prevention, which is dramatic. The prevention with the oxygen, I think the cancer prevention side of nitric oxide and vitamin D3 is way, we're going to prove that. And that's a big deal, I think. But for general living, it's kind of like you can live a long time. You can be a great athlete. You may have a little genetic heart thing, like the great distance runner who dropped dead, in his 50s. I mean, there are athletes and athletic people who are in great shape, who appear to be in great shape, particularly women. Women have more undiagnosed heart attacks and heart disease than men by far. And so I think it's a prevention. But so the mobility, the daily performance, the sexual health, the activity level, helping to minimize the stress in your body. I mean, you can eat a great diet, you can exercise every day, but again, we know that there's a certain amount of stress that comes from serious athletic performance, and that creates free radicals. And one of the things you find with free radicals, I know a lot of really healthy people who ended up getting Alzheimer's and dementia and living a long time with that Alzheimer's and dementia. Well, one of the things we proved in Professor Malinsky's lab is that nitric oxide crossing the blood-brain barrier, and in its situation reduces peroxynitrate, ONOO. Well, that's the most damaging free radical in the body. So if you are exposed to 5G, 4G, you've got your laptop with you, you've got your cell phone on your chest all day long, you're getting exposure to ONOO in your body, peroxynitrate. And our product and nitric oxide proved in the lab at the top biochemist in the world that it reduces the peroxynitrate. So one of the challenges that in my opinion, a lot of people don't know that the virus came out of Wuhan. Wuhan is like the target city of the entire world to roll out 5G. Well, when you start adding a polluted city with the rollout of 5G, plus you've had the flu anyway that takes thousands of lives every year, then you've got a serious problem with peroxynitrate. And I think when the dust settles, they'll probably figure out that whether it's any of the conspiracy things or not, the reality is when people are in a compromised immune system, you're going to be more susceptible to flu. You're going to be, your lungs are going to be susceptible. So by protecting the tensile strength of your vascular system, these microcapillaries all the time, and delivering the best oxygen and nutrients to the cell, you're going to be healthier. If you're already compromised, then you want to heal that and get within the normal cell replicative cycle over a period of the 90 days or whatever to replace your cells and have them be normal. If you have normal replication, then you're going to start seeing some of these symptoms of chronic illness being alleviated. So we see the most dramatic effects, Patrick, from the people who are chronically ill, and their blood markers improve, everything from insulin receptivity to their blood markers improve, their blood chemistry improves dramatically, and all of the things that nitric oxide has been clinically proven to do. We see those, but what we don't see is how many people would suffer from a sudden heart attack, or somebody who would have be more susceptible eventually to all of a sudden having a cancer, or having an issue eventually with Alzheimer's, dementia. I think preventing those for a couple of bucks a day is a bargain. And when I have people call me and they go, well, how long do I need to take supplement my nitric oxide? And I go, how long do you want to live well? I mean, I am a shell of a person next to Dr. Group. I mean, Dr. Group is like my hero now, but I am who I am at 68 years old. I mean, and so the fact is, I go on 3 or 4 hours sleep sometimes. I travel all over the country. I work circles around people half my age. The only way I could do that is with nitric oxide. And because of that, I have the blood chemistry of a 35-year-old. It's shocking to people. I have the pulse rate of a runner. And I can't even tell you the last time I ran very far. So the reality is, for some of us, we need a mulligan in life. My mulligan is nitric oxide, and I'm really grateful for it. And you've been around me. I mean, I work circles around people, and again, I feel good. Is my body in great shape? No, but I want it to be. But I'm so concerned about this mission that I work too much. So that's why I'm taking just a few days to try to relax a little. But the reality is, chronic illness is critical. Nitric oxide, the anti-inflammatories, the turmeric, the astaxanthins, the vitamin D3, all of those things contribute. But I genuinely believe that when you deliver any of your good food, organic food, vitamin supplements, minerals, whatever, when you do that in conjunction with elevating your nitric oxide, everything is going to benefit, because it essentially opens up the cellular wall to absorb those nutrients. And that's why people, when they take a nitric oxide supplement of quality, they just feel better. They feel lighter. They feel more clarity, and they have less. I was shopping at a Safeway store for 10 people, the family. I went and did that myself after flying all over the country the last 2 weeks, and everyone else was collapsed in bed. I went and shopped at Safeway at what was 3 a.m, came home, and I was sore. I took a double dose of Cardio Miracle before I went to bed. I woke up this morning with no soreness. Go figure. I don't know. It just helps me feel better.
Go figure. This is, I think one of the chronic challenges and complaints in our culture right now is energy and energy levels, and certainly we're over caffeinated. That's why the lines are out the door at the Starbucks and so on, because people are trying to find ways to raise their energy levels. I think it's a big deal. And this is one of the things that, when we did our interview, I believe it's the first time you and I ever met, right? I think that was the first time.
That's right.
Yeah, I'd heard Jeff talk about you, but I don't think I ever met you in person. And so we sat down, and the first thing I noticed about you is just the amount of energy that filled the room when you walked in and sat down in the chair to do the interview. I was like, oh, this guy's got a ton of energy, which is great when you're doing video and doing TV. So, I know that the whole idea of the relationship between nitric oxide and energy levels is something that's really, really important. I want to do a couple of shout outs, because we have just so many people checking in, so every once in a while I like to shout out. And then what I'm going to do, John, is we've got some questions that Justin will ask you. And some of them are maybe more generalized nutrition questions. Anything that you're not comfortable answering, just say, hey, that's what I'm going to take a pass on. And then things that you feel like are relevant to your areas of expertise, go ahead and talk about them. But Justin, give us some shout outs.
All right, so thank you everyone for joining us. If you're just joining us, thank you. We've been going strong for 2.5 hours now. We've got G. Blackman from Barbados in the West Indies, so thank you for joining us. We've got Russellina from the UK. We've got Darlene from Florida. We've got quite a few of you joining us, and we can't be more gracious enough. Thank you for taking the time. Some questions for you now. Any discrepancies regarding beet juice powder versus the research which was done using concentrated beet juice? Is there anything you can talk to that, if that's something you're comfortable to?
I'm not quite sure what the question is. I can tell you this: beets, in my opinion, regular beets actually can stimulate a little better nitric oxide output. I've learned, but the organic beets I think are better because they're absorbable and more bioavailable. But the beet research is interesting. The beet research, and again, I don't want to argue with people who've done a great job or would be perceived as competitors, because I don't believe they're in the same ballpark with what I've tried to develop. But beets are, if you go good, better, best, they're probably in the borderline better range, than certainly better than nothing, and they've been a very valuable awareness, and I'm so grateful for what they've done. But a little bit of their advertising in some of the products is a little bit, I think, not forthcoming, because they make it sound like that arginine isn't any good, or that arginine after you're 40 doesn't work. That's nonsense. And I can give you the top scientists in the world that would say that's an absolute untruth. Now, some people develop what's called arginine resistance as they get older. It's called ADMA, and that's a percentage of people. But what if you will open up, but beets is a secondary pathway. It's not the primary pathway. The primary pathway is through the gut, which is arginine, citrulline. Citrulline becomes arginine. So whenever you see advertising that says, oh, arginine doesn't matter, that's nonsense, because citrulline becomes arginine. And so some of the products have put beets out there criticizing arginine, and then they put citrulline in it, so they get a sustained effect longer than an hour or two, because beets stimulate nitric oxide through the mouth for sometimes, an hour to 2 hours. And so then, you may test with a test strip or something, and they go, oh, well, wow, it works better. Well, if you were to suck on a beet for 20 minutes, you'd have a test strip that said that your nitric oxide was elevated. I mean, it's common sense. But it's the blood work. It's the 24-hour systemic value of nitric oxide stimulate. So we've used organic beets, and we use extra citrulline, and we have an arginine blend to sustain it. And that's just come through 12 years of research. And then we've added estrogen, which is a branded ingredient that's been clinically proven to extend nitric oxide 50 to 60% in clinical trials. And ironically, the person who owns the estrogen company decides to take my product, because he says he's never seen anything like it in the industry. So that's a great compliment. But the reality is, those are the things that are important. If in the old days, when the Nobel Prize took place, people went and started taking the bodybuilders took handfuls of arginine. Well, they got a great blood flow, they got a great pump, and they also were frying their brain with peroxynitrate, because they were taking too much. And you need to buffer any excess nitric oxide with antioxidants. That's why you have B12. That's why you have vitamin C. You have all of this family of antioxidants to help buffer it and regulate it. And that's why arginine with citrulline is important, because citrulline becomes a little bit of a time release, synthesizing into arginine over time, as opposed to just a giant spike by taking a bunch of arginine capsules.
Thank you for that. That was a great explanation. So a question that we've actually had come in quite a bit over the last few minutes is, which supplements are best for kids, and is your product safe for kids, and what age should they start drinking it or partaking it?
That's a loaded question, just like people with pregnancy. The medical answer to everyone is probably not, but that would be the standard of care answer. My personal belief is that a person should take the label, take a canister, take a supplements panel, and take it into their physician and say, not should my son or daughter take this, or my pregnant wife take this, but is there anything in this label that can hurt them or can harm them? Because my experience has been over 12 years that the uninformed mind, the uneducated mind, always says no, because they don't want to let you know they don't know anything. And unfortunately, we know that many in the medical profession had no nutritional or supplemental background. And some are getting on board, and others just think that it's a big threat to their business. So, of course, their answer is perhaps no. I had cardiologists over the years that would say, who were friends, who say, are you trying to put me out of business? And I was like stunned. I was shocked that somebody would say, what do you mean? Oh, you mean the 15 minutes to do a $40,000 stent when somebody's got 65% blockage? Yeah, I would probably be okay with preventing that. So the reality is, I think that children that have certain disorders, uh, you look at the ingredients in Cardio Miracle and then you look at the ingredients in Fruit Loops, or you look at the ingredients in half the food they're eating, I would suspect that they'd probably be fine taking a health drink that has all of these good things in it. I don't know that I would, I have a lot of young high school athletes that are having great success with their stamina, their recovery, and actually their performance. One of the great benefits of nitric oxide is athletic performance because, hey, think about it, 25% more oxygen, 3 or 5 times better lymphatic contraction, all the good coming in, all the bad going out. It's a no-brainer. I mean, I've had world-class athletes who looked at me and thought, Dom DeLuise, why are you telling me about athletic performance? And I said, well, don't just view what's in my head, not what my body's telling you. And the reality is they ended up, beating their PR by 10%, going from the top, from 150th in their age group as a cyclist to the top 10. And, they said, well, it wasn't just your product. And they said, I had to do the work. I said, did the product allow you to train harder and recover faster? And they said, without question. I said, well, then, so be it. Let's say that both of you deserve credit because obviously you have to execute. But I have seen wonderful results from people who have made the decision with both pregnancy and also with teenagers at times, or children that have particular nutritional deficiency. Certainly, the Cardio Miracle is far better than most prescription drugs, if not all of them, as far as toxicity to the body. So as far as nutrients and value, obviously food is number one, but drinking a nice tasting drink might be the only way that many of these children or teenagers might do it. And I would do it based upon body weight, maybe half a dose or, a half a serving a day or something, and see how they perform. But we've had a lot of reports of people who've seen balancing out on some of those who have compromised neurological issues, seizures, those types of things. We've gotten reports, anecdotal reports from people who say that they feel that their family member is performing better and doing better. But you've got to understand, more oxygen, better nutrition, of course they're going to do better. If they follow Dr. Group's protocol, they'd probably do just sensational. And so those are the types of things that we see. But we've got some amazing advocates who think that the benefits. Oh, and let me just add one other thing. The primary research tells me that sickle cell anemia is a vitamin D deficiency and a nitric oxide deficiency at birth. Well, where did that come from? The mother. So would it have benefited that mother when she was pregnant, in poverty or in a tough situation to have elevated nitric oxide and vitamin D so that then her baby isn't deficient, who then gets slammed with dozens of vaccinations with a compromised immune system? And that's why sickle cell anemia is rampant, 1 in 8 or 10 live births now. And that's one of my major passions, is to help make a difference in that community, to help educate it, because I think it's all about what the mother's taking. And when I've compared prenatal vitamins to my formula, I happen to believe, and somebody can dispute that with me, but I think it'd be the best prenatal thing somebody could take. But again, talk to your physician. I'm not a doctor, just my own opinion, but the ingredients stand on their own, trying to be the highest quality and the most bioavailable.
John, so we're running, kind of to the end of this segment before we move on. So a couple quick things, and thank you for all that information. First thing is, so we want to do a giveaway. Lots of people are saying, hey, how can I get this? Again, it's be in your gold package. We're about to do a giveaway right now. So what are we giving away?
Well, why don't you give away 20 of our single serve packs, Patrick? That'd be great. We could double them up. We'll give them 30 singles, which is an $80 value. And all we need to do is just get their address and their email so we can confirm the shipment. And we'll be delighted to do that with the people who've been diligent enough and taking charge of their own health to get involved in watching this what do you call this? A healthathon or something?
Yeah,
Or,
we're kind of calling it a live broadcast telethon. I don't know. We didn't even come up with a name. We just said supplements revealed, and we're going live for 4 hours on a live TV broadcast.
You're amazing. You're amazing. Seriously.
So let me ask this, John. So how many? So basically, here's what I'm going to say: is for the next X amount that order, they'll get that pack you just talked about. How many?
Yeah.
How many of those do we want to give away?
Let's give away 20 of those. How's that?
That's beautiful. So there you have it. It's an $80 package, 20 of those. So if you order, as soon as we start, so right now we're going to start counting the next 20 orders. The next 20 that order will get this pack as a bonus. And incidentally, if you don't feel bad if you ordered earlier, because we had bonuses all along the way, you are getting already Cardio Miracle in all of the gold packages. This is additional Cardio Miracle for the next 20 that order if you haven't ordered already. So thank you for doing that. Again, I am, you can see where I started and where I am now. I'm almost done. I've been sipping it slowly through this whole.
You're my hero, Patrick.
Hey, you're mine. I got to tell you this. Like I said, I met you for the first time when we sat down and did the interview, and your passion is compelling. It's not. What I know is that there's no amount of money that could buy you out of what you're doing right now. I think you would run through brick walls to get this message out. And I love the journey, and I think it's inspiring for everybody that you had a completely different career, a completely different life, and at a certain point in that career, things blew up. And for a lot of people, they'd say, geez, that from there, life just sucked, and you found a new purpose and a higher calling and a better purpose, and you're delivering hope and health and well-being to people all over the world. And I tell you what, I'm impressed. I mean, yes, I went to chiropractic school. I've got a lot of clinical experience, et cetera, and academic experience. But I look at the amount of expertise that you self-developed. I mean, you really are expert in this area that you've been endeavoring in without the academic background. But it's just the passion that drove you here that is delivering changes in people's lives every day. So I just want you to know that that's an inspiration to me, and I'm sure it's an inspiration to the people who are watching and listening to you. And I thank you for that, and I look forward to future collaboration. And again, everybody's going to get a healthy amount of Cardio Miracle in their gold packages when they get them. And I know that for ourselves, we'll have ongoing. Just be on the lookout for your emails. We'll send you ongoing packages and offers for Cardio Miracle along the way. Certainly, this product, and I'm not doing this as a pitch for John, but this product is a part of my lifestyle now, my family's lifestyle, even my 84-year-old mother's lifestyle. So I am not telling you or suggesting anything to you that I don't believe in or utilize myself. This has been really great. So John, thank you again. Thank you for taking the time also while you're away on vacation in Hawaii to take time away from that to share with our audience. It's been very meaningful, and we certainly appreciate you.
There's no vacation from saving lives and spreading this message. And I can't thank Jeff Hayes Films and Supplements Revealed enough for helping me share this word. By all means, people, take advantage and take charge of your own health. Elevate your nitric oxide however you choose to do it, your vitamin D3. Share it with friends and family. There's so many blessings and there is hope for people. I've seen it all the time, and can't thank you enough, Patrick, for the honor of being a part of this great series, and certainly highly recommend to everyone, take advantage of this information. Education is power, and Supplements Revealed is empowering millions of people, and you're very fortunate that Patrick and Jeff have gone to such extremes to make this happen on such a fabulous global basis. Thank you very much.
John, thank you very much. Go enjoy the rest of your trip, and let's get together when you're back in town.
Okay, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one. All right. Supplements Revealed audience, I get to take off my headphones now. We've got some more. So we're going to have some more just live interaction here, and some more of the comments, questions that I'll be handling. Let me tell you what's coming up. Next, we have Jonathan Hunsaker from Organics, another product that's on my shelves, their products. So I want you to hear from him. There's a lot of questions around synthetic versus organic versus fermented for food-based. I mean, these are interesting and important questions when it comes to supplementation. Because there is a difference, and the differences matter, and they also have to do with pricing. So, because a lot of people are like, geez, is it really worth the extra money for the more expensive supplements versus the less expensive supplements? Do I really need organic, or does it not matter that much? So these are questions that there's not one generalized answer to. I think there are rules of thumb, and then there are some specifics. So if you have questions in those arenas, start to feed them into us. Justin's right here to my right. He's going to be monitoring for these questions, and when Jonathan is on, we'll be able to ask them. And then we have coming up a expert that was in the series, Karan, on microbiome. So much information or desire for information on the gut microbiome, how to restore gut health, the importance of the gut microbiome, and then of course probiotics. Very popular rage right now in the world of supplementation are probiotics, but they're not all the same. There's some forms of probiotics. This is what we discovered if you watch the series. Some of them, man, you're taking them and they're getting killed in the stomach. They're not even getting to the gut. So what's the right kind of probiotic? How can I get it into my gut and get my gut populated with a healthy and balanced microbiome? That's a critical foundation to health, and we're going to have that conversation. Now, I will say there's one caveat there. Karan is who is a researcher in this world and was in the series. He is literally depending on his plane landing in time. I believe it was Dallas. He said, if my plane's on time, I should be able to get to the hotel and be ready and set up by 1:40 Mountain Time. So I'm hoping that there were no delays. If there are some delays, then we might be running a little bit later. He might miss. So, but as of what we understand right now, everything is on time. So we're looking forward to bringing that information to you also. So we've got about another hour left in our broadcast. And so far, I hope for you, it's outpaced my expectations and what I was hoping for here. Our guests really delivered. Your interactions have mattered a lot. Do we have some people to shout out to, or any comments that we want to bring to the floor here?
Yeah, we've actually, quite a few of you have joined us within the last 15, 20 minutes. And so we want to shout out Sandra. Greetings from High Springs, Florida. Thank you for joining us. We've got Cat House on the Ridge. Amazing series. Thank you, Patrick. Greetings from Ireland.
Ireland, nice.
We've got Laura from Grand Haven, Michigan. She says, I've been learning a lot, and I appreciate you and thank you. You created this wonderful series. Yeah, we'll just go with that. And we've got Valerie from Washington. We've also got, let's see. Oh, we've got some people from Peru. So for now, the word is brilliant for all you do. Thanks so much. With tears in my eyes, tears in my eyes, and from the bottom of my heart, I am thankful to you, to all you guys. God bless, and many greetings from Peru. So thank you for that. We've got Linda joining us, Linda Campion. She didn't say where she's from, but she's checking in. Let's see. So we've got Kim Candon. Love you and your team's work on the series. Gabrielle. Let's see. It says, the series is awesome. Revealed Films is amazing. All you guys do is life-changing. I cannot wait for more stuff like this. Every docuseries that you air is fantastic. Thank you, Gabriella. That means you've been a longtime follower of us.
Yeah, let me comment a little bit. So let me just say, all the comments, thank you. Appreciate you all checking in, and I appreciate the fact that you have these kind words for us. Here's the thing that you may or may not understand. These things matter to us. Getting the feedback, that's kind of like our fuel that keeps us going. It's kind of like spiritual fuel for us to continue to do the work that we're doing. So thank you for the feedback, because I know that if you're taking the time to type this and to say it. You must mean it. And I know a lot of you are probably thinking to yourselves, oh, you know, they don't care. They're getting a lot of comments. We do care. It does matter. So, you know, be a part of the community. You know, let yourself be heard. And as I said, even if they don't get read while we're in the live broadcast here, we do go through these threads and literally read them. And you know, put yourself in my shoes, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want to know what people are thinking, what people are saying? You know, if they're sharing their hearts and their sentiments. You know, we take the time to read these things because it brings us a lot of joy. And if there's criticisms, you know, we want to be aware of those too. And sometimes we do get critical comments about varying things, and we embrace that. You know, it's the nature of the beast. We do the best job we can. We want to do the most amount of good in the world and add the most value we can to your life in every way that we can. And sometimes we might miss the mark for some people, and we just have to accept that. But knowing about it maybe teaches us something, because we do have a desire to get better. We want to get better every time we do something. This is the first time that we're doing a live broadcast. It's been a really fun and interesting experience. You know, I'm usually on camera host in a pre-recorded situation where we're in the middle of an interview and suddenly, you know, we have to stop, cough, what have you. You know, you can edit. Here, we're not editing. We're live and we're broadcasting, and there's people, as you can hear, from Peru and from all parts of Europe and Ireland, you know, just checked in, all across the United States, Canada. So there's people all over the world who are literally live with us right now. And I have to tell you, that feels good. I feel you. I feel good that we're all together right now. And I certainly appreciate on a Saturday that our guests that have come on have taken time out of their Saturday. And if there's anything else that you think we need to highlight, or can we jump into our next guest?
We can. I know John's ready. Let me give one more quick shout out. I did have it up, and then my computer decided to fall on me. So here we go. So one thing I wanted to touch on is earlier in the broadcast we were questioning what's Patrick's age, and
we got some people who are guessing.
We've got some people. We've got Barbara is guessing 48.
Kevin just gave it to one of our technicians and the controllers saying this is going to be harsh. I said, yeah, it probably is. But okay, I'll put my thick skin on right now.
Patrick is 64. He's got to be 64.
64? What are you? That's a Beatles song.
We've got Justin saying, weren't you 61 years old? I'm guessing the other guy is 52. You're probably wrong. I'm probably wrong on both accounts. Let's see. You don't look a day over 40, Patrick.
Okay, that's somebody who's sucking up. Go ahead.
So, yeah. So
any other ones in there?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of 60s. We got 61. We got 65. We did get someone from 70, and they said, get out of here. 59. We've got 55 from Barbara. We've got.
What happened to all those ones that were in the 40s?
Yeah, we
we're way past those now.
We're way past those. We've got Chrissy saying Patrick is 45. I'd sell my life on that. Okay.
She wins.
She wins.
All right. Well, we'll divulge at the end of the broadcast.
There you go.
It is so fun to listen to people's perspectives, and I'm sure a lot of people are Googling, and you know it's not too hard to find if you Google my name. That's for sure.
Yep.
So let me put my headphones on. I got Jonathan Hunsaker, the founder of Organics, on the line. I think I got them on correctly here. So, Jonathan, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, and looking good. Yeah, I see. And not only hear you, I see you. So you're getting into some of the fun here, huh? You've been hearing people torturing me about my age?
I am. I was going to go with the high 40s, 48.
See, this is a guy that, yeah, so now he's going to get my best attention throughout the rest of this. Do you know my age, actually, or you don't?
I don't know your age.
Oh, I thought you knew. Okay, so you're going to go 48. Okay, that's a good guess.
I am.
We're going to give something away to the first person who guessed right. I think maybe too many people looked it up, so I can't. They're going to be looking up. So all right. Well, then, at the end of our interview, Jonathan, I'm going to go ahead and reveal the age. We'll see. Who got it right. I'm really wondering about that person who guessed me 74, though.
Yeah, I think it takes some guts to go on and ask people to tell your age. So,
or maybe they're just trying to think that
on.
I must look remarkable for my age or something. I don't know. So, Jonathan, thanks for taking time on a Saturday to be with us. And again, I can only handpick a few people to be on during our live broadcast, and quite frankly, there are people who are utilizing or have products that they're talking about or subjects they're talking about that are incorporated into my life and my family's life, and certainly organics is one of those. And as I explained earlier, when you weren't on, I said, hey, this isn't a pitch fest. We didn't get here to say, hey, at one point I started cracking up because it was unwittingly. I said, I feel like we're starting to sound like QVC. That's not what we're supposed to be doing here. But the bottom line is, people have questions, and then people have challenges they're trying to overcome, and we can give them the information, but if we don't have a solution for them, I feel like it's like they're left hanging. So I can say that one of probably the most asked question along the way was, now that I've had all these experiences and have been with all these people, what are some of the things that I'm taking? And and I want to say that I think there's an extraordinary amount of great products out there, and certainly I've done my research, and I take some of these products, and other people have their own conclusions that they've drawn. But one of the things I loved about our interview, Jonathan, was you simplified another one of the most popular questions being asked, which is, how do you rate the value of a particular supplement? Because you can go with any type of supplement, call it a bone broth protein, call it a multivitamin, call it a curcumin, call it B complex, whatever it might be, and you'll get ranges of prices that are almost incomprehensible at how the difference between the lower and the higher, and how far a spread there is. And then people say, I want to make an investment and get good value for my money, but man, it's all over the map. How do I sort this out? And I feel like you did one of the best jobs at sorting that out. So can we have that conversation?
Absolutely. So yeah, and thank you for having me on here. I'm not the guy that's usually in front of the camera. I'm used to being behind the scenes. So being interviewed, number one, is gets the nerves going. Doing it live also adds more to it. So bear with me as I kind of work through some of the nerves and deliver the information that you're looking for. So first and foremost, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist, not a researcher, not an academic. I'm actually a high school dropout. I dropped out to start my first business. So what I am is I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businessman, which means I'm just really good at solving problems. I'm really good at finding people that are smarter than me at doing things. And so I really want to set that context because it sets the context for the whole conversation. What I'm going to share with you and what I've discovered through my own health journey and my journey into the supplement space is different than what a lot of supplement companies want to talk about, kind of exposing what's going on behind the scenes, really pulling the curtain back on really what's going on and adding transparency to an industry that has been very secluded, so to speak, been very hush-hush, been very profit-driven. So, one of the ways to try to really explain the different qualities of supplements is really knowing what you're looking at, right? So I think the bare bottom is a synthetic supplement. These are going to be your one-a-days. These are the ones you see commercials for on TV. Synthetic vitamins, really your body doesn't even recognize it as real food. It's not even a bioavailable element. Bioavailable meaning how much can your body absorb it. These synthetics are created in a lab. Most of them are derived from an oil byproduct like coal tar or different things like that. And so they've synthetically created this vitamin to have the same structure as it would appear in nature. And then they put it together in a pill and they've sold it to you saying, look, here's a great vitamin for you. And, it's going to give you 15,000% of the daily recommended allowance for vitamin C, right? Ascorbic acid. That's a great synthetic explanation or example. So that's bottom of the barrel. Your body can't really recognize it. They're probably selling for $30, $35 for a multivitamin. It costs about $2 to manufacture and bottle and package that supplement, that 30-day supply. What you find, unfortunately, as I dug deeper in the supplement industry when I first got into it, the multiples that a lot of these companies have is astronomical. So we're seeing multiples with a lot of products out there, anywhere from 10 to 12, upwards of 20, right? So most supplements, I'd say, is about a 12x multiple. Kind of gives you an idea. So if you're buying something for $36 at the store, know that it costs about $3 to bottle it for most products. Now, The higher the quality of the product goes, which we're going to talk about, those margins go down, those multiples go down, because you have to stay competitive. And there's no way I could sell our supplements at 12x cost. Nobody would ever buy them. So bottom of the barrel would be a synthetic. The next level up would be a whole food supplement. And it's just what it is. It's a whole food. It's been, there's many different ways to process that food or that botanical, but essentially it's been dried, it's been concentrated and encapsulated. That's going to be better because your body can recognize it more as a food. It's going to be more bioavailable. If you're going to take a supplement and you're not going to do a synthetic, at least make sure it's whole food. The next level up is going to be a whole food supplement that is organic. This is where organic, I think, really matters in a big way, because if it's organic, then you know that it hasn't been sprayed with pesticides, herbicides, insecticides. And when that botanical or food is being harvested, it's being dried down and encapsulated, those pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, those poisons are staying on that botanical. And now you're just getting a high dose of it, just like you are of a higher dose of the nutrient when it gets dried and when it gets encapsulated. So for me, I mean, a whole food supplement is good, but I would really make sure that it's an organic ingredient. The other thing, and this is a big debate, right? Is organic food, does it have a higher nutrient density than a non-organic or GMO foods versus non-GMO? That's another thing, is if it's organic, that also means that it's non-GMO. I'm not going to go down the argument of, is it more nutrient dense or not? I believe that they are. I think that pesticides, herbicides, insecticides are destroying the soil. They're destroying the bacteria and all the organisms that are in the soil. And if the soil is not nutrient dense, then it cannot be absorbed into the plant, the botanical, whatever is being harvested there. But that argument aside, whether it's more nutrient dense or not, the fact that you're ingesting poisons because it's been sprayed with insecticides, herbicides is clearly not good. And most of us are taking supplements or some sort of supplement to get healthier. And if it's not organic, then now you're taking a bunch of poisons to go with that healthy supplement. The challenge also is, consider your microbiome and your gut and what that's made up of, right? And all the bacteria and all the living things that are inside of us. And if you take an herbicide, insecticide, pesticide that's getting in that poison, it's now killing all of this stuff inside of your gut. I don't remember the exact number, but it's like 45,000 or 45 billion cells are of foreign things, of bacteria, viruses, insects, different things in our body that make that. And we only have 35,000 billion cells in our body that make up us. So it's almost an argument that there's more things that aren't us than us inside of us. And when we take these poisons and we ingest them, we're killing it, right? And so we're really causing a lot of damage, in my opinion, when we're eating non-organic foods and when we're especially taking non-organic supplements. Just that high concentration, I think, is extremely harmful. So synthetic, whole food, organic. The highest level that I would think that I think is out there is a whole food organic that's also been sprouted or fermented, if at all possible. The fermentation process, it opens up a whole plethora of new nutrients. It also starts the breakdown process, and it releases the enzymes. It starts breaking down that food, that botanical. And when you start that breakdown process and you've released those enzymes, when it gets inside of your body, you now need to use less of your own enzymes to break it down, right? And it makes it more bioavailable. It makes it easier for the body to absorb it. So a good example of this is, let's say, turmeric. Turmeric is a very popular thing right now. A lot of people are mixing turmeric with black pepper, pepperine, things like that to make it more bioavailable. The challenge is what are the side effects of black pepper, pepperine, BioPerine with prescription medications and things like that? So yes, black pepper makes it more bioavailable, allows you to absorb the curcumin much better, but you can do it in a much safer way by simply ingesting a fermented turmeric, right? We make a turmeric supplement as well called Turmeric 3D. We triple ferment it, and now it's just as bioavailable, which means it's already started the breakdown process. Your body can easily absorb it without having something like a black pepper or something that may cause harm, cause issues in somebody's gut. So probably a very long answer to a very easy question, but I'm really trying to deliver the best information possible. It's really what we stand for at Organics, is just informing the public. Like, it doesn't matter if you buy my supplements or not. Quite frankly, I just want to inform people so that more people are screaming for organic supplements. It'll make them cheaper for all of us. And so people really know what they're taking, because I think that matters. I think there's just so much misinformation. So synthetic, don't even waste your time. Whole food, better. Whole food organic, I would highly suggest. If you can find whole food organic that is fermented or sprouted, would be the highest level.
That is so what I was hoping you would say. I mean, the whole thing. And it really does, I think, give it an easy framework to understand this hierarchical system of supplements, is from the low to the high. And I happen to know this because from the business side, as you were talking about, I happen to know that for the type of supplements you're putting out, the margins aren't nearly as good as some of these other supplements. But you also, and you might have said this already, but you also mentioned something to me, that because people would say, okay, let's say that I've got a synthetic supplement that is $20 a month, and this organic whole food supplement, maybe even it's fermented or sprouted, is $45 a month. It's more than twice as much. But the premise, or one point of view, would be you're going to get better benefit from taking the other supplement every other day, the good supplement, than from a synthetic every day. So is that right?
All day long, twice on Sunday. I mean, really, the synthetic supplement, you might as well just open it up and dump it in the trash, or in your toilet. And the way that you know that your body is not using it, and we've all seen this, right, is you take that cheap supplement and all of a sudden your urine is glowing yellow, right? That means it's just passing right through you. It's not being absorbed. And what you talk about is a really good point in the context too, not just, that expensive one, right? Our multivitamin, I think, is $50 for a month's supply. You might only be able to take one every 3 days. You're still going to get more than that synthetic or even that whole food supplement, because it's been sprouted, fermented, it is organic. And like you said, it's the same, it may be 2.5 times the cost, it may be 3 times the cost, but you're not getting anything from the lower ones, right? And it's not doing any good. The other thing that you brought up that I really want to talk about is, what's on the label and how bioavailable is it, right? So ascorbic acid, which I used before for vitamin C, most vitamin C supplements out there, that's what it is. It's a synthetic, it's ascorbic acid. It'll say, 2000% your daily value, right? And it sounds, oh, phenomenal. I'm going to get 2000% of the vitamin C I need. This is going to help me, fight off this cold. The challenge is, you're maybe absorbing 1%, 0.5%, not even that, because it's not even recognized as a real food, as opposed to taking a vitamin C supplement that only says it's 100% of the daily recommended value, right? And you're absorbing 60%, 70%, 80, 90, it's very rare that you're going to absorb all 100%, but let's say you're getting in those 60, 70, 80s. It's a massive difference versus that one that's, that says it's 15,000% and you're getting, a fraction of 1% absorption from it.
RDAs can be deceptive very often, and there's this sort of misnomer that bigger is better. This is 2,000% of the RDA. Well, this is 3,000% of the RDA, but it's so, in the context of understanding what you just said, those numbers are really meaningless. You have to have a deeper layer of understanding relative to bioavailability, absorption, and the like. So I think that those are important considerations. What to you, because I like this dimension of conversation. So we've spoken to people who have academic backgrounds, and researchers. We spoke to people who are clinicians who are actually seeing patients, every single day and working in these realms. You really have kind of the manufacturing and business context. So we talked about source materials, I guess. Would that be the right characterization of, if it's organic and it's fermented or sprouted, et cetera? That's kind of that's the source that's coming in. What would I want to know as a consumer about not only the source materials, but the manufacturing practices themselves? Does that matter?
It does matter. I mean, there's a few things to look for and trying to think the best way to answer the question. One of the best is looking at the company that you're working with and what do they stand for? What are their core values? How transparent are they, right? And what is their, what kind of record do they hold? I mean, the reason I say this, anybody can start a supplement company, right? I'm living proof of that. I started a supplement company, and again, I'm not a doctor or a scientist. The good news is I have a whole lot of integrity, right? And I have a whole lot of reason to want to build a whole lot of ethics that I want to build the best and the greatest, really for myself and my family, and then for everybody else that wants to come along the ride with me. So you've got to find out the company and what they stand for first and foremost. Second is asking for transparency. We do something that, because it's really hard to know, it's really hard to believe, but I mean, you can pick up the phone and call a lot of these companies, right? You can call up Centrum or some of these synthetics, and they'll tell you, hey, these are all synthetic materials. Hey, these are all derived in a lab. This is where we get our stuff. If somebody tells you that it's whole food and it's organic, ask for proof, right? So show me. We send all of our products off to be third-party tested by a company called NSF. They do a whole lot of the certification for supplements to make sure that they are approved for Olympic athletes. And they do a whole lot of third-party testing, and we test for glyphosate, right? The #1 active ingredient in Roundup that Monsanto puts out, and I'm sure a lot of the audience here is aware of. I mean, glyphosate it's horrific to have in there and to be ingesting into your body. Yet that's the #1 herbicide that's used out there. So we third-party test all of our products for glyphosate, and we show these test results on our website. And if it's not published, you can email us or give us a call, and we'll send you a copy of it. They should all be published at this point. But we test for glyphosate, we test for GMOs, we test for other pesticides, herbicides, and insecticides. We test for heavy metals, and we show all of that, right? I don't want to go too far on a tangent, but when bone broth protein first came out and it started hitting the market, one of our top competitors was promoting how healthy it was and how great it was, yet it wasn't an organic bone broth. And this is really important because if you're, let's call it, if it's a chicken bone broth and that chicken is not fed an organic diet, which means it's getting a GMO feed, right? Which means it's also very high, it's got a ton of herbicides and pesticides sprayed on it. Well, that glyphosate itself, right, is stored inside of the bones. That's where most of it is stored whenever we ingest that kind of a poison. Chickens especially, it's stored inside of their bones, and now you're boiling down these bones and you're making a bone broth out of it, and you're getting these high concentrations of glyphosate, and you're also getting these high concentrations of other heavy metals. So while there's all this information like this bone broth is really healthy and take this bone broth, but what you're not realizing is you've got to dig a little bit deeper. You can't believe all the hype, right? That's another thing that I've really learned is, I mean, if these companies out here would just spend more money on ingredients and research and creating a better product rather than all their money on marketing and selling it all, we'd all have much better supplements to choose from. So I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, but it's important because bone broth is really big right now. We're one of the very few, if not the only, that does an organic bone broth, because I know I've done interviews with Jeffrey Smith, who's kind of the godfather of the non-GMO movement and the organic movement. And I mean, he's talked about how detrimental it is and where that glyphosate gets stored in the bones, and then you make a broth out of it. And this goes for buying any kind of broth, right? Whether it's a powder, whether you're buying a bone broth in the store that's already in liquid form, you've got to make sure it's organic. So trying to get back to your original question, like, how do people know what to look for? And you've got to do a little bit of the research, and you've got to see what that company stands for, see what their core values are, and let that kind of help guide the way. But don't be afraid to make phone calls. Don't be afraid to go look at their website, look at reviews, email them, and have them prove to you. If they're making a lot of claims, ask them for proof, right? And we do that with that third-party verification, that third-party testing. Another thing that we do, and I'm not trying to turn this into an infomercial at all, because if you buy our supplements, great. If not, no worries. I'm just here to educate. There's another big thing that happens in the supplement space where people advertise like turmeric or, let's use ashwagandha, right? People talk about, hey, ashwagandha is great and it's going to help you do this, that, and the other. And it's, it's an adaptogen. It's going to help you handle stress. And there's all these studies to back it up. Here's 700 studies to show how good ashwagandha is. And they tie all of these studies to their supplement. But the challenge is you don't know the quality ashwagandha that was used in those studies. Right? That study may have used a very clean, organic, high-potent ashwagandha, whereas this company has now said, you know what, I'm going to source the cheapest ashwagandha I can get out of China that's not organic. It's costing me a few dollars a kilo. They're making an ashwagandha supplement, or they're blending it with another blend of other ingredients, and they're making it for a few bucks and selling it for $50 and touting all this amazing benefits from this ashwagandha that's in there. And it's BS is what it is, because you're not going to get those same results. This is why a lot of people say, I didn't get results, or I don't like supplements, or I don't feel a difference on them, or, didn't get all of these things that they wanted. It's because they've used all of these studies to build up the benefits and to sell this big dream, but then they put a crap supplement, a crap version inside of their supplement and sell it to you. So what we're doing, and we're transitioning, a lot of our formulations this way, even though we already buy really clean, organic ingredients, we now use an ashwagandha called KSM 66. It's a patented ashwagandha, which means it's a very specific strain, and it has double-blind, placebo-controlled studies behind it that prove its efficacy, right? So now I'm not just saying, this is what ashwagandha does, buy my product because it has ashwagandha in it. I'm actually saying, this is what KSM 66 ashwagandha does. And these are the specific studies proven to go with that specific ashwagandha. So now, and these are the things that I have to go through as a supplement company owner to try to win the trust of the audience, because it's been destroyed so much by a lot of unethical companies out there just trying to make a quick buck. But I'm glad to do it, right? Like I'm happy to do it because I make all these supplements mainly for me and for my family, and then for the people that follow us, like it's an added bonus. On a side tangent, Patrick, I was 5 years ago when I kind of started in the health space. I was 270 pounds. I was smoking a pack and a half of cigarettes a day. I was drinking 6-7 nights a week. I mean, I've been on my own health journey. When I started the supplement company 4 years ago, it was really, I was in a good place where I was able to go out there and kind of start looking at what did I need to be healthy. And that's kind of how this whole thing began. So I just share all that to share a complete picture of, like, I'm not that academic, I'm not that scientist, and I'm not that guy that can show all of these letters behind my name, but I am that guy who's been through that struggle of being extremely depressed, extremely unhealthy, putting my health last, and then going out and being fortunate enough to have the means from other business ventures to go and hire the best people in the world to educate me, and then start putting together the supplements that I needed and that others needed to kind of get us to where we are now. So, man, you ask quick questions and I give you like 8-minute, 10-minute answers. I hope that's all right.
Listen, I'm here for 4 hours. It's great.
Got
it. and believe me, I jump in if I feel like we got to move it along. But no, those are great answers. And I think here's what the takeaway is. You're watching us right now. This is what I think the takeaway is for what Jonathan was just talking about. Most people want to just be told, do this, take that, what have you. And certainly we have been showcasing, certain supplements you can see from a variety of different people, and they have their own kind of complexion, their own story, their own point of view. But in the end, I think what really matters is that, if you were listening to what Jonathan just said, is that there's more to it than just labeling. There's some understanding, but the good manufacturers are very forthright in telling the deeper story. like what Jonathan was just talking about with ashwagandha. I almost said it wrong. It's been 4 hours. But that not only is it saying, okay, hey, we have sort of some piece of an organic, some part of an organic source supplement here, but there's research behind it. It's a particular strain of the particular supplement. It is used in the way that was researched and delivered, in this way. I spoke to somebody once who was a manufacturer, and they talked about organic milk thistle, and he said, I can get organic milk thistle at, I might be a little off in numbers, like $4 a kilo, but the stuff I'm getting is $36 a kilo. You can call them both organic milk thistle, but they are not the same thing, and I'm literally spending 4 or 5 or 6 times the amount because the particular way that this milk thistle, the soil it grows in, the way it's harvested, et cetera, this stuff matters. So what I know, and I think if you just heard what Jonathan said, when a manufacturer is actually making the greater investment and going deeper, they usually want to write about that and talk about it, and they're referencing it on the website. And the other thing is the third-party testing. So I think you might know this, Jonathan, when you talk about glyphosate and GMOs. But we did an entire docuseries on GMOs. GMOs Revealed. And Jeffrey Smith, who you mentioned, was in our docuseries. He was one of the featured people in it. And we know how devastating glyphosate is. And incidentally, we were called conspiracy theory. I can't tell you the horrible names I was called. Kids around the world were going to starve because of the docuseries that we did on, on GMOs. And of course, here we are now a couple years later, totally vindicated, tens, in some cases, hundreds of $1 million awards given to people who are terminally ill with cancer as a byproduct of glyphosate because Monsanto lied about it. So we were right in the docuseries. These things matter, and as you can see, when somebody has a context like Jonathan is giving you here, saying, hey, we third-party test for glyphosate, we don't want that stuff in our supplements. It's easy to turn a blind eye. It's less expensive to turn a blind eye to these things, but when you know better, it's like I'm paraphrasing the expression that the darkest corners of hell are reserved for the people who know and turn a blind eye. It's basically when you know better, when you know that your product is compromised if it has glyphosate in it, and at the same time saying, but if I test for it and find it there, it's a hassle, it's more expensive, et cetera. No, you do the right thing. The right thing is send out the third-party lab, look at your stuff, see if it's got glyphosate in it, and when it doesn't, tell the world about it, and if it does, you have to change your source material. So, and that's, I think, the good news is that I believe the people who are doing it right, like organics, they are doing the testing, and then they're publishing that testing on their websites and disseminating that information. And people who have something to hide usually are hiding it. They're not publishing. They're not doing the third-party testing. And that, to me, is a big, big clue. So I congratulate you, Jonathan, for going those extra steps and literally, because I think what you do is you're forcing the hands of all manufacturers. They have, if you're out there doing this, it's hard for them to exist at the lower bar. They have to step up their game, and I think you're raising the game for the whole supplement industry through those types of practices.
And I appreciate that, Patrick. I mean, and I do this when I do other interviews or things. It's like, whether you buy our supplements or not, it doesn't matter to me as much, because in the grand scheme of things, I just want people to go out there and ask for organic ingredients in their supplements. And yes, you can ask for them from us and you'll always get them. But I don't mind you asking the other 5,000 companies out there, are yours organic? Because it's the same thing. The more that we have people demanding organic, right, then the more organic farmers that we have, the cheaper that we can all get these organic ingredients, and the cheaper we can make these organic supplements. I mean, quite frankly, I hate that we have to label organic. I think these other guys should be labeling that they're non-organic, right? Because, and I feel this way in the food industry and all of that. And it's going that way. I mean, those that are paying attention, organic foods are becoming less and less expensive. There's a lot more people going organic. The movement and the understanding and the global consciousness that is coming, that is growing around organic and non-GMO, it's undeniable. And wait a few more years and wait and see. If it's not organic, if it is GMO, it's gonna be few and far between. At least I hope, and I think that we're going in that direction.
Well, you and I both hope that. Justin is sitting to my right here, and he's like on the live thread. We've got like floods of comments and questions coming in. So what? I don't know if you've seen some of the prior things, but we've been doing kind of these giveaways for the next, say, 20 people that buy a Supplements Revealed Gold package. We'll add something to that package, and we already, just so everybody knows, in your gold package, there is an organics supplement kit of a lot of the products that Jonathan was talking about. Really good. So, as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, Jonathan, the retail value of that is in excess of like $200 or something, if I remember correctly.
I think we're doing a couple bottles of the Multivitamax, which is our multivitamin, and also our 7M Plus, which is our fermented organic mushroom blend.
Yeah, so, and that's already going to be there when you buy a gold package, no matter if you bought already or if you're buying now. For the next, do you want to throw something in for the next 20 people? Actually, it's going to have to be 40 because we'll give it to 20 that buy right now, and I want to balance it for the other people, saying we'll randomly select 20 other people who already bought so they're not penalized for not buying, saying that they have an opportunity to get it too. And no pressure. You don't have to give anything if you want, but if you got something, they'd say, yeah, we'll throw this in for the next 20 people. What could that be?
I'd love to. Trying to think what is it that, all right, so maybe we can poll your audience if they're on there live now. So what we also did is we've now gone, I went down the rabbit hole of supplements, and that rabbit hole got so deep, it's clearly why I have a supplement company now. We now went down the rabbit hole of skincare, and we've released a fully clean, with vitamin C serum that has no preservatives in it and things like that. We also have an eye cream. So I'm happy to do one of our vitamin C serums, one of our eye creams, again, fully organic, top of the line, no preservatives, none of the parabens, none of the other craziness that's out there, no fragrances. Our stuff will actually go bad if you don't use it in a year. It's not going to sit in your bathroom for 10 years and still be good. So we can do our eye cream, we can do our vitamin C serum. The last thing we do is our collagens. We have a clean sourced collagens. Again, this is, collagens, we can't get certified organic, but I can ensure that all of the places that I get, all of the ingredients that I'm getting are super clean and organic. So our clean source collagens, right? We get our bovine from grass-fed, pasture-raised cows in Argentina, right? The collagens that we're getting from the fish is a wild-caught Alaskan pollock that is caught in the Atlantic Ocean, not the Pacific Ocean. That matters to some of us as well as organic bone broth, chicken bone broth, and organic eggs. We've also, just to give a quick education around collagens, by the way, we've put vitamin C in there with organic camu camu and Acerella cherry. The reason vitamin C is important is because if you are deficient in vitamin C, not only can your body not make its own collagen, but you can't absorb collagen either. So there's a lot of people taking collagen supplements, but if you're deficient in vitamin C, you're not getting near the benefits from it. It's also a multi-collagen, so it has 5 different collagens in there. I think we also put some zinc in there to help the absorption of it. But our clean source collagens is absolutely amazing. It's quickly become one of our best sellers. So I love for those that are okay with animal products. It is not a vegan product, clearly, because it is a collagen. There's no such thing as a vegan collagen. There are vegan products out there that help increase the production of collagen, but there's no such thing as a vegan collagen. So I'm happy to do the collagens. Now that I think about that, if there are people that want something that goes to both sides, our Organigreens, right? We have a green juice powder where we've literally made juices and then dehydrated it down into a powder that has 71 different greens. I mean, Patrick, my challenge here is picking which one to give you, because now I feel like I'm going down my whole line and want to talk about the amazing benefits of each one. I'll put it like this. I'm happy to add $150 worth of our supplements. That's essentially about 3 supplements that your viewers can choose. So if you want to just have them email us, or I can give you a special email, they can reach out to us. They can pick any 3 products in our line that they want, if that makes it easier.
Yeah, jump me in. So that Okay, well, I didn't want to add complexity, and I was sitting there saying,
Me
wow.
neither, so
yeah,
so I
this
don't
is
know
a bunch
here.
of great stuff, but it's going to be 40, 20 and 20. So I'll let them basically say, hey, I'll let them get directly in touch with you. So for the next 20 people, and we started about 5 minutes ago or 4 minutes ago, Justin's got the timestamp. But for those 20 people who ordered the gold package, you're going to get an extra $150 of your choice.
Yep.
And then for the people who are already in the community of Supplements Revealed that purchased the gold package, we're going to randomly, like a lottery style, pick 20 of those. And you'll get another $150 worth of supplements from Organics. That's more than generous. Thank you. Mind you, that almost covers the full cost of the entire gold package. So your bonuses are way outpacing the cost. Remember, was it 71%? I think 71% off during the live viewing period here. So please place your orders. There's a lot of bonuses there, and if you happen to get some of these extra bonuses, great. I got 1 minute, and then I got to tie up for our next and final guest, Jonathan. But now we got to go to this age thing, don't we? I was thinking about avoiding it and just say let's just move on and not get into this. So Jonathan's got 48. What are some of the other ones you got there?
So we've got Kate Quimby, who's saying, I know Patrick is 23, not a day older, I win.
All right, give her all the bonuses. She wins. No. Do we still have Jonathan? I want to keep him up there.
I'm still here.
Okay, good. So what's the other one?
So
that
we've
was
got,
you have some more?
Ureska says, Patrick looks around 43, but I heard today he's 60. Weird.
Okay, so I guess then the secret got out. Yeah. So as I sit here right now, I am 60 years of age. So that is the right number. And I think I don't know if she was the first one to guess it. I know it's searchable, and I know that we mentioned it in the series. So we'll figure out who the first one to chime in was. Weird is right, because I don't feel 60 either. So it is weird. It's weird for all of us. So thanks
You
everybody.
look amazing, man. You're doing something right, that's for sure.
I guess this stuff does pay off. It's a long run payoff, but you keep doing it. And thank you. I actually get weird. It is weird because when I hear my age, it's like I don't identify at 60, but here I am. So it's all those
just
good
a number
organic
anyway.
supplements, Jonathan. Thank you.
Do we want to know who the first person was?
Sure.
It's Valerie Adams was the first person to guess 60.
All right, Valerie. So hey, can we give Valerie one of those $150 things from you, Jonathan?
Absolutely.
All right, so Valerie's going
Okay.
to get, so Valerie, you guessed right. You were the first one to guess right. So you're going to get a $150 order credit at Organics. Jonathan, thank you so very much. Just phenomenal content, phenomenal information. Thanks for playing around with this little giveaway stuff that we're doing. I just wanted to kind of, hey, I'm here for 4 hours. I had to have some fun and make it a little bit fun and interactive. So, and I look forward to you putting you on an ongoing basis, Jonathan. I want you to be sharing with this Supplements Revealed audience. I think they learned from you. We got great feedback from your interview, and thank you for taking time on your Saturday.
Awesome, Patrick. Thanks for having me, man. You have what, an hour left or 40 minutes left?
20
About done?
minutes left, actually. We got 20 minutes. Maybe we'll run a few minutes over, but 20 minutes is the schedule.
You're doing amazing stuff, man. I hope you know how much I support you, and not just this docuseries, but all the other work that you do, man. So,
Thank you
very,
so
very
much.
honored to be a part of this live broadcast.
Really an honor to be with you. Thanks so much, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so our next guest is coming in. He literally just landed. I teased him, but we're going to be talking about the microbiome. And my interview with Kieran was instrumental because there's a craze right now for probiotics. And there's a lot of controversy, I think, in that realm as far as how you should take them, what's really working, what kind of strains, how many strains, et cetera. There's a lot of questions around probiotics, so I hope you have them queued up. We're going to get there. And I know that he's coming in, I think, via his mobile on the way from the airport to his hotel. Kieran is in, what'd they say?
He's in his hotel room.
Oh, he's in his hotel room. Okay, then great. So, so Kieran is a... one of the, I was at one of the biggest supplement events out there, and everybody said, this is the guy. He's the researcher. He knows the most about it, which is why we had him in Supplements Revealed. I'll take this off while I'm talking. And now we get to share him with you live right here. So Justin will be looking for your questions and comments, and let's bring him in. Oh, you're not ready? Live TV, here we go. All right, you guys just shout at me when you're ready. So this is definitely a bit of a scramble. Do we have questions or comments we go to while we're waiting, Justin?
Yeah, so a lot of people are shocked to hear that you're 60.
Thank you for being shocked.
But a lot of people are saying, wow, what a gracious offer from Jonathan and Organics.
Incidentally, folks, could you tell that this is unscripted? I didn't ask Jonathan ahead of time. I mean, this is where he was scrambling because I'll even let you peek behind the curtain a little bit more. So Jonathan was talking, Justin was sitting here next to me, and I said, yeah, what kind of questions or comments are coming up? Because sometimes, I want to know a little bit ahead of time so we can pitch some questions or comments to whoever the guest is. And Justin said to me, there's a bunch of people asking, is there going to be another giveaway? I'm like, oh, people are waiting. I said, I don't know. I didn't ask him ahead of time. I didn't say, hey, can we do this or that? I just put him on the spot in front of you all, and I think it worked because $150 is a nice little gift to get and pays for most of your gold package. So anyway, thank you for acknowledging that, and I really do thank Jonathan. That was a very generous giveaway. Go ahead.
So we've got a few people checking in. We've got Sharon from Lake Placid, Florida, really enjoying the series. I learned a lot, greatly appreciated. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. We've got M. Francisco saying, I like Kieran. So it says, Francisco saying, I canceled the rest of my day just so I didn't miss Kieran. So
well, let's hope we don't miss Kieran either, because I know we only got him for a short time. Thank you, Francisco, for canceling the day to hear him. He's worth hearing, even if it's only for 15 or 20 minutes. You good?
Oh, we're good?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you understand, so we're sitting on a set here. The control room is out in the hall around the corner. We're just yelling to each other. It works out just fine.
There you go.
All right, so let's bring Kieran in. I'm putting my headphones on. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, wow, and I see you. There's your handsome face. I know that you don't look all rushed and and haggard from getting to the airport to your hotel room.
Yes.
But, yeah.
I've become so used to it. So
this is your life, isn't it?
exactly, this is what I do.
Well, let's talk about this because first, just give us like in 10 seconds, your quick academic background and the research that you do.
Yeah, so I'm a research microbiologist. Left the university setting to focus on what we call bridging the.
He froze. All right. Hang on.
Oh, hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's hotel Wi-Fi.
Hotel Wi-Fi. Yep.
All right, so they're calling him back. So Kieran is a little. These are some of the things that we couldn't pre-test for because he was just getting to his hotel. But we'll give it a second and see if we can get him back. While I take a sip of water, my throat's getting dry. Yeah, try audio only. That's probably the right thing to do, guys, just to save bandwidth. So we're about to talk about the microbiome and gut health, and literally I've spoken to many people about this, but Kieran is the guy who impressed me the most and with his knowledge about it, deep research background, and then kind of the things that they discovered relative to this. Gut health, absolutely essential. I think we got him back. There's his smiling face.
Hey.
So you're saying you were a research microbiologist, correct?
Exactly, yeah. And my focus now is kind of bridging that gap between basic university research and things that are really going to impact humanity and people. So taking technologies from the lab and making it a real commercial availability to people. So that, and throughout that process, I've also worked in the supplement nutritional industry, developing products for loads and loads of companies behind the scenes, and conducting research for a lot of supplement products as well.
So what do people need? Because I know you have a hard stop coming up in about 15 minutes, so we'll jump right into it. What is all the hype about gut health valid? I mean, it really is kind of the foundation, the basis, et cetera. Can you speak to that for a minute or two?
Yeah, so absolutely, all the hype about gut health is absolutely valid. Not all the solutions, all the hype about solutions are valid. That's the part that gets a little tricky. But think about it this way: with the microbiome, which is a term a lot of people are becoming familiar with now. It encompasses all of the microbes that exist in and on your system. When it comes to the microbiome, we have had 50,000 published research studies in the last 5 years, right? That is an immense scientific revolution. There's few things that have compared to the type of scientific exploration that we're seeing with the microbiome. So 50,000 published studies in the last 5 years. We are learning a tremendous amount, and we cannot overstress and exaggerate the impact on your health and wellness and just day-to-day living as it relates to the microbiome.
Is there something, Kieran, in the last, say, 2 or 3 decades or 50 years even, environmentally that's changed, that's adversely affecting our gut health, which is why we have to pay more attention to it now?
Yeah. So a couple of really, really important things. Number one is the toxicity in our environment, right? The average consumer is exposed to somewhere around 80,000 chemicals, most of which have not been tested in the human system, let alone being tested on what it can do to the microbiome itself. So all of these really important microbes that form your inner ecology. And so the exposure to those chemicals, many of which are coming through our food, like Roundup and the glyphosates, the herbicides, pesticides in our drinking water, and so on. Those things all have a really significant impact on our sensitive inner ecosystem, which controls virtually everything about us. The other part of it is the food itself has lost nutritional value. A broccoli of today has about half the nutritional value as a broccoli of 30, 40 years ago. So even if you're eating vegetables, you're making the right food choices, you're not getting the same nutritional quality out of your food as people used to.
This is almost startling, and I know to be true just based on my own review of things, that literally the nutritive value is so depleted today compared to what it used to be, which is the greater I guess, I don't want to call it an argument, but the motivation for supplementation and why that becomes important. We really are in a different environment, and we have to understand that we are and why we need supplements. So let's start with what to avoid when it comes to probiotics.
Yeah. One of the things that I always tell people is bacteria are complex organisms, right? They seem simple. For the most part, they seem harmless when we're talking about the context of probiotics. What we want to be careful about is we don't want to introduce too many species or too high of a concentration of probiotics into our system on a regular basis, because we just don't know what that's going to do long term. The vast majority of products on the market today have never been tested in human studies, especially when you look at what I call kitchen sink formulas. These are the formulas where people just take a whole bunch of strains and throw them together. And then the maniacal thing that's happened in marketing of probiotics is more is better. So companies have been pushing the threshold of dosing, going from 4 or 5 billion, which is where it started decades ago, to now hundreds, 200s, 300 billion. And the problem with that, and the vast majority of probiotics in the market are probably not going to do any harm per se in that toxic sense. But the thing that we're not sure about is what are all the genetic material from those cells doing in our system? Because as it turns out, we have about 150 times more bacterial DNA in our system than human DNA. And 90% or more of our metabolic function is coded for by bacterial DNA. So when we think about how important that bacterial gene pool is in our system, and we realize that we take a product that says 60 billion, 70 billion, 100 billion, and we keep throwing in those genes into our system every single day, we don't really understand what the long-term impact is of that. So it becomes really important to look for probiotics that have studies on the finished product itself. And the studies have to also look at the impact of that probiotic on the rest of the microbiome, because that's really where you're going to either get massive benefit or cause problems. It's what do these bacteria do to the rest of the players within the microbiome. So just two little things to look for. Look for probiotics that have studies on the finished formula, not studies on individual strains that are in the formula and then they kind of throw it all together and hope it all works the same. So studies on the finished formula, and then also products that have demonstrated what the impact of that product is on the microbiome itself.
So there are many, and thank you for that, there are many forms of probiotics, different ways that people take them. Sometimes we've seen refrigerated probiotics when I go to the store, et cetera. And then there's I think that maybe you call it the spore form. So if you're going to the store right now shopping for a probiotic, what exactly are you looking for?
Yeah, so to begin with, I'm looking for one, of course, that has studies behind it. So hopefully you'll be able to go to that company's website once you see a product on the shelf and maybe right on your phone. And then the company is pretty obvious that they have clinical research done on their product. So that's the first thing. Now, most recently, we've brought about the attention to the spore-forming probiotics because they've been used in the pharmaceutical industry in Europe and Latin America for the last 60 plus years. So when we realized that they're really underutilized in the US and North America, so we started bringing attention to them to the US market as well. What's really interesting about them, and it really starts to make you think a little bit more about what a probiotic should be, is they're completely shelf stable and they're completely acid stable. Most of the probiotics that are in the refrigerator are in the refrigerator because they're so sensitive, they can't survive sitting at room temperature on the shelf. And then my question always has been, how can they survive at 98.6 degrees in the body and at a acidic pH of 1, right? So that is that in itself is a convolution of the idea of probiotics being able to go in, survive through this gastric system that is designed to kill bacteria, and then make a difference in your gut. What was interesting to us about the spore-based probiotics is they're naturally designed, not only, of course, to be stable in the outside environment at room temperature, but to survive through this harsh gastric system. Nature has given them the capability of surviving through an antibacterial gauntlet to get to the site of action alive. That in itself made them very interesting to us because our question is, why would they have this capability if they weren't necessarily meant to do that? And they are commensal organisms, which means they belong in our gut. They're natural in our gut.
Because that I think for a lot of people cleared things up. We have, we're live now, and we have people who are chiming in on the, on the thread where they can ask questions. So we have a question, Justin. I'm going to throw it to Justin who's monitoring this to ask the question.
Hey, Kieran. So we've got Carol Johnson here. So question for Kieran. There seems to be some controversy around the Bacillus, the Lactobacillus spores safety. Can these spores overproduce in the gut and cause problems? Can you address this?
Yeah, in fact, this has been demonstrated for decades. As I mentioned, spores have been used as a pharmaceutical ingredient since 1952 in Europe and Latin America. So there's a lot of data on their use, and it's in markets where these things are monitored, which is in hospitals, in doctor settings, and as pharmaceutical ingredients. So it is very well documented that they are transient. They go in, they spend about 2 to 3 weeks in the gut. They clean things up for us. They increase the growth of all of these other species within your microbiome. Studies that we've published show that they increase the diversity of the microbiome by about 30%. And then in 2 to 3 weeks, they end up leaving the gut. So they leave the gut because they use the environment as a vector to get from host to host. So they do want to go out through defecation. They can hang out in the environment indefinitely until they're picked up again by another host. So that's their life cycle, and that's been very well documented.
So I know you only have like 2 minutes left, and so people would say, okay, it all makes sense. I get it. You consult with a company that is the probiotic that I actually have in my home. And again, I have no financial interest in this company, so I just want to make that disclosure. But it was literally after I sat with Kieran, had the conversation, heard what he had to do, looked at the research as he recommended and where the data was, and I drew the conclusion that this is the probiotic that I wanted in my household. And that is, I don't know if it's the name of the product or the company, but Megaspore?
Oh, yes, that's the product.
Okay.
itself.
Yeah, and so basically, and I just want to disclose that because we don't want to leave people hanging. They're saying, okay, I get it, I trust him. So I'm stammering because I don't know the answer to the question. Obviously, is that the product that you recommend, or are there multiple products you recommend? What's your take on it?
Yeah, that's the main one. So I do all of my clinical research with that product. We've now published 5 studies with that particular product, and I've got 18 other clinical trials going on right now with that product. So what's super exciting to me about it is the types of changes it makes in the microbiome has huge impact on all different parts of the body. And so it gives us kind of an endless plethora of things to study from a clinical standpoint. A study just published 2 days ago on showing its ability to provide hepatoprotection, so liver protection, and it does it as well as a clinical grade milk thistle. The things that it does are really quite phenomenal for a big scientific nerd like myself. It provides endless joy in research. So the Megaspore is going to be very shortly the most well-studied probiotic in the world.
Thank you for that. And I'm remiss, I could have brought a bottle to kind of show you what it looks like, but Mega, M-E-G-A Spore, you can search it, I'm sure, and find it pretty quickly. And I believe that it is important to have the research data to support whatever is being promulgated about a product and what it can do. I did not know about the liver protection. That's a new one for me. So I learned something new today. Thank you. I always like to learn something new. And especially if you're saying, hey, what it showed in the research, that's comparable to a milk thistle or a high-end or clinical grade milk thistle. That's something worth noting. So it's kind of fun. Does this research and this world of academics and research relative to nutrition, especially in the area of the microbiome, do you think there's a lot of new stuff that's going to be discovered into the future more than what we know right now?
A tremendous number of new things. Yeah, I mean, we are literally at the very, very tip of the iceberg. And that we cannot overstate that. I mean, the things left to discover when it comes to the human microbiome and the impact that the right type of probiotics can have are immense. Think about it this way. All of these years of clinical research and medical science, we've been looking at less than 10% of the human body. When we look at our own organ systems, when we look at our own biochemistry, when we look at our own genetics, we are looking at less than 10% of everything that drives our function. The other 90% is driven by microbes in the system. And so we are at the onset of a set of discoveries that are really going to change the world and change how we look at ourselves, let alone how we treat disease. And we're trying to push that as much as we can as well with the research that we're doing. But it's a really exciting time to be alive. And I think that vast majority of chronic illnesses are going to have a microbiome solution in the next 10 to 12 years.
I'm looking forward to all that. I'm hoping that we can invite you back for some webcasts and things that we'll be doing for the Supplements Revealed community that's out there, because you're always coming up with new stuff and there's new understandings and new research. So I'd love to have you as a sort of correspondent on the microbiome for us to keep reporting to this community. And I know it's your time to go, so thank you for squeezing us in this tight window.
Of course.
But boy, we really got a lot done in a short period of time. So thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll be talking again more soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And again, thank you for making this film. Supplements can be an extremely powerful tool for people to curb disease risk and improve their health and outcome. But there's a lot of issues with supplements as well, and revealing those issues are going to be really, really important to the population at all. So thank you so much, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll be chatting again soon. Best of luck with the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Take care.
I could take my headphones off now. So I'm looking at the clock. It's you're about a few minutes after 2 o'clock. Thank you for being here with us, hanging in there with us. I hope you're getting a ton of information. I probably ask for some last moment shout outs and questions if there are anything that's burning or comments. But I do want you to know that right now during the free viewing period for Supplements Revealed, you can indeed purchase the gold package for 71% off the normal retail price. And we have a variety of packages, so find the one that's right for you. Order that, and as one of our guests said earlier, having this library resource available to you for the rest of your life is something that I think is going to pay dividends for you. It's a great volume of information that's to the point, that's poignant, that really starts to carve out what's true and what's false in this world of supplementation. And as Kieran just said, boy, is it important to supplement today because of how much there's soil depletion, how the nutrient density of foods that we eat, even if you try to eat right, which I do. I mean, we are an organic, non-GMO household, and we try to eat as raw as much as possible. And I'm not perfect. I don't eat great all the time. You know, if someone sees me out to dinner sometime and catches me eating a French fry or something, you know, don't shoot me. But we have really good discipline around our eating for the most part. But I also understand you can't get everything you need out of food no matter how hard you try, given the load of toxins and the soil depletion and everything that we talked about. So it's been an arc of conversations and information during the course of this 4-hour broadcast. I feel very heartened by the comments and the amount of people that were out there interacting with us. So thank you for engaging in this. It really has been a privilege and an honor to be with you. And again, I will say that on this page you can click a button, go find the right package for you, own Supplements Revealed, and get those discounts while we're still in the free viewing period. And also get the great bonuses we have. Several of the people that we interviewed today have donated bonuses to our gold package that more than cover the cost of what the package is. So I can't make it any easier for you. I think John Hewlett said, hey, it's peanuts for the information. As you can probably imagine, it's several hundreds of thousands of dollars to put this together, and we do deliver it all free. We want anybody, anywhere in the world that has an internet connection to be able to access this information, and we are thrilled that we're able to eat this webcast. You know, there's nobody paying for it except for us. We're thrilled to be able to bring you this information today, and if somehow you think you find value in what we did and it can serve your interest, then go ahead and engage. I think we made it affordable so that everybody has a shot at least one of the packages that we're offering. So do we want to, you have a couple shout outs before we tie up?
Yeah, we've got Aline from Texas. She's saying, go hit the slopes when you guys are done. You should be wrapping up soon.
Yeah.
Lisa is actually wondering if this 4-hour telethon will be included in the gold package.
Well, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. Be honest, I haven't thought about it. So I'm going to say tentatively yes. I have to talk to my team a little bit, but why not? I think there's a lot of value here. It should be included. And again, we will have some replay. I think maybe right after we're done, they can start replaying it, maybe through the replay weekend. So as you can see, our intention was to show up, be live for 4 hours, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do after that. This is an experiment. I think it was a successful experiment. Yeah. So
on that, I know you briefly just talked about it, but I wanted to bring it up again. For those that did miss an episode, how can they?
Well, it's replay weekend. So if you missed episodes, you got 48 hours. Well, it's less than 48 hours now, but all day Saturday, all day Sunday. I think it's midnight Pacific time, if I'm not mistaken. On Sunday night, then we take that back down. We can't just leave this stuff up forever. It costs money to host all the stuff and put it out there. But all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and it's any episode, so they'll all be up on the screen. You can pick what episode you want to see, and it's a full replay weekend. So you got some time still.
Great. Really quick before we get to wrapping up, we've got Rhonda from Scottsdale, Arizona saying, great, thank you for your time. We've also got Daryl saying, just purchased the gold package. Thanks.
Awesome, Daryl.
Thanks,
thank you.
Daryl. We've got, let's see. Oh, we've still got tons of questions popping in, and don't be afraid. Even though this is over, don't stop sending in your questions. We'll get to them eventually. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm planning ongoing, webcasts where I can bring in some of these guests. But we have a full team of customer support people who are harvesting all these questions. archiving them for us, and in all the means possible, whether we do email, nurture sequence, etc. Just stay on our email list. You'll be getting things from us. Some of it might be unrelated to this. Don't get discouraged. It's one click to delete an email if you're not interested in what we have to talk about. But sometimes you're going to get an email, and it's going to be about a question you asked, or it's going to be some content that you want. It's going to be a webcast, some additional videos. So just stay on the list, and you can keep getting that stuff from us.
Great. Just before we wrap up, we've got Susan from Brooklyn. We've got Pamela from Massachusetts. So yeah, it looks like we're still getting people funneling in that just couldn't join us on time. So don't be afraid. You can rewind and rewatch the entire thing.
Yeah, if you joined us late, and I guess we could tie up with that, but if you joined us late, I think you can through the player go back to the beginning, or and go to any sections you want. We'll leave it up. If you have the link, it's going to be up for at least the next day or two. So at least during this replay weekend, we might as well leave this up too. So go ahead and you can watch the prior parts. We had multiple special guests. It seems like, wow, we started all those hours ago with Dr. Ed Group, and then Warren showed up. Warren Phillips came in, and then we had John Hewlett, and then we had Jonathan Hunsaker, and then Kieran just wowed us for 15 minutes on the microbiome. So there's a lot of stuff here. Hopefully not only we identified information, but provide you with some solutions. And I just want to say, number one, thank you to Justin. Justin's normally behind the scenes. When I said, hey, I need somebody up here that's going to be, monitoring the threads and giving us the questions and the comments, the information. They had a offset over here. They had a chair for him and thought he would somehow toss him into me. I said, no, come up on this set. I want you on camera with me. So he was a real trooper for getting on camera. A lot of people aren't very comfortable with this, so I appreciate it, Justin.
No problem.
It's Saturday. You're away from your family, and you're sitting with us right now. So thank you for that. And
no problem.
Again, when I call this guy the unsung hero, you can't imagine the amount of things he's managing behind the scenes to make sure that we can deliver for you. He makes me look good. So I thank you for that. And lastly, but certainly not least, I want to thank you, the viewer, the person that trusts us enough to put in your name and email, to watch our series, to make comments on the series. Every time we start out, it is our sincere desire to add value to your life. And we know that some people only can catch a part of it. Some people really are troopers and they watch the whole thing and everything in between. But we hope for whatever minutes you invested in this, that it was beneficial to you, that it taught you something, that it adds value to your life, that you can spread this to other people now because you've learned something. And we want to see that viral effect happen in the world. And especially for the people who invested in the series, thank you. That's what allows us to continue to do this work. It's not lost on us how you're taking hard-earned dollars and investing them in this content, which makes us feel good about the work we're doing, because you're literally investing in what we do, and it allows us to continue to do this work. So thank you very much for that. This has been, I think, a great experiment, this 4-hour TV telethon, webcast, whatever we want to call it. It's been fun. It's been interesting. For me, the time flew by quickly, so thank you, and look forward to our ongoing interactions and communications. So I think that's it. We'll sign off now. Thank you very much.